My friends, welcome to another live stream over here on Lore Star Live. I am your host, Big Z, and over here, off screen, we have Chrome. And we are here to do a full commentary of Rogue One, my personal favorite Star Wars film from the Disney era without doubt, and in contention for my favorite Star Wars film of all time. It's not fully there, but it's up there.
Nothing will ever be as good as Empire Strikes Back.
It's true. I didn't say best, I said favorite.
I think it's really close to being a phenomenal movie.
It's close to being a phenomenal movie. So right now we've got not only a hardcore to casual, we also have a diehard fan of Rogue One and a critic, if you will.
Oh gosh, don't. Okay, I'll take critic.
Okay.
I'll take it.
You have a so you don't dislike it. You see it as just
I
shy of
admire
greatness.
it. I admire it.
You admire it. You want to expand on that a little?
I think more than any other movie made under Disney, any other Star Wars movie made under Disney, I feel like they had a lot of good ideas for Rogue One and came this close to achieving them. And so I both like it, but it also irks me. So it switches around to become like a pet peeve where like I'm almost angry at it.
Okay. So we got some comments and then we're going to go into... Chrome came with a notebook.
I came with a notebook because that's how much I feel about this movie, where I'm like, it's this close to being maybe the best Star Wars movie ever,
So
as he says.
So, Jose, great to have you back on the stream. Love to have you around. Also, Eric Chung. As always, we have Calig and Revan and Bill McLaughlin here. And yes, we have Revan's mask along with Revan's lightsaber. I guess you can't see that. That's pretty low. So I guess I'll just wear it. But good to see you guys. And Jose, thank you for admiring the light setup. I didn't intentionally steal it from Star Wars IRL, but he has been doing it longer than me, of the blue and red LEDs. So I like him a lot, so I'm not trying to steal his ideas, I promise.
Did you ever see at my apartment where I hooked it up with all like blue and red lights, and so like one half of the room was pink, one half of the room was blue, and in the middle you would become purple?
Oh man, that's super cool.
It was really good. It was far more aggressive than this.
Bill says sup to Chrome and Big Z.
Hope you're doing well, Bill.
And Jose said thanks. And yes, Calig, I am Revan. Or as I should say, I am Revan. But that's not why we're here today. We're here to talk about Rogue One. Chrome has questions because I really think that Rogue One there's not much that could be done to improve upon it. I do think that there are things that could be done, but let's just say without increasing the film for an extra half hour, right? There's not much that could be done to improve Rogue One without increasing the runtime, okay? Whereas Chrome thinks there are some things that should be taken out in favor of other things, but also he has questions, and I wanted to give you a chance to voice some of those questions before the film begins, because we're going to do full commentary. This is not reaction. This is commentary.
Okay, so I think some of these questions are best answered afterwards.
Okay.
And some
But
of
I want to
these...
be looking for the answers.
Okay, so the questions that I think are worthy answers, and I won't pull the cheap shots like, why are the guys from Mos Eisley hanging around?
And how did they survive?
Yeah.
Because the city blew up an hour and a half after
I'm not going to pull those questions because I
fine.
definitely have that written down in here.
Well, I have that question too. That was just fan service.
Yeah.
We all know that.
I want to know Galen's relationship with Jyn. Like, I want to understand their relationship with each other. I feel like all that's established is that Galen loves his daughter, and there's nothing much else to say other than he goes up and he says, I love you, and I give you a cute pet name. So
Okay.
so I want to know more about their relationship other than that.
I don't know if we need to know more, but I will acknowledge that as a question. I'll be looking for evidence of more.
I think another big question is, does Cassian's background matter to the plot?
And I'm going to say yes, but we're going to talk about why after.
Yeah.
So stick around until the end of the stream.
This was actually one of my favorite questions I wrote down. Who is Bodhi, and why is he a rebel?
Because if you believe in your heart...
No. We're gonna watch this movie and we're gonna have to sit down. This is the real question I want answered.
I can't answer
Who
this
is
question.
Bodhi? Who is Bodhi, and why is he a rebel? You've been referring to him all day as the pilot. That's how little character Bodhi is.
Have I really?
Yes.
I
Single
know
time,
his name, but I
every
don't...
single time you've referred to him, it's been as the pilot, which he is referred to as. I'm gonna skip the Borgullet question. I'm gonna skip the Tarkin question. I'm gonna skip the Mos Eisley
I'm reading chat, by the way. There's just nothing to comment on right now.
question. Okay. Question. Why did Baze and Chirrut follow them once they land on Yavin 4? That I think
that
following
Baze-
them. I think following them off of
Jeddah.
Jeddah
Makes
makes
sense.
total sense. I
Right.
understand that.
Right,
After they land on Yavin 4,
right.
I think that needs explanation.
So what I'm going to say is, Baze just wants to protect Chirrut, and Chirrut has an inexplicable fetish for kyber crystals.
That's a weak answer. That's a weak answer.
He never stops. Hey, I want your kyber crystals. The rest of the plot is just him trying to get her kyber crystal.
You know,
It's not true.
a bigger overarching question is Jin's motivation throughout it.
She doesn't
I-
have one at the beginning other than to be free.
I feel like it wasn't well established to me throughout the movie, and I thought like, maybe with a rewatch
Yeah, but
with
you dared to say that Rey had more character than Jin.
Rey gets that entire sequence where she's on Jakku or whatever
Uh-huh.
by herself, and she does
Eats.
all these.
She eats, and she goes down a slide.
That's character. Like
It's not character. That's just
that-
people doing
that is-
things.
That is character. She's existing and she's doing it in her own way, and I think that is more impressive than what Jin does.
I think the scene of Jin in the prison is infinitely more character than anything Rey has done in all not 3 movies.
Yeah, I'm solely basing that that statement off of the first few minutes you see of Rey on
Jakku.
Jakku.
I think
That
it
is-
had promise, and I always stand by, hey, if 8 and 9 were good, 7 would have been fine.
Yeah.
7 was a decent starting point. The problem was it went nowhere, so 7 was retroactively ruined.
And
But-
my last question that I have written down, I might end up
Oh,
having
geez,
more,
nuts.
is why does Cassian care about Jin by the end? Like
I have a good answer for that, but we're going to get there.
I feel like there's a good answer out there, but after watching it, I didn't feel like I had one.
That's fine. We're going to get there. But first, wanted to let you guys know if you're watching us on DVD, make sure it's prepped, make sure on the main menu because we're going to be starting it soon. I might need to turn off my red LEDs. Well, you can turn off you want to turn off the droid?
Oh, why do you have to turn off the red LEDs?
Because I might need to plug my phone in. It's only at 16%, and I won't be able to read comments.
Okay, well that might be more important than
Then cool lighting.
yeah.
Um,
Unfortunate
we'll
as
see
that
how
is.
we'll see how long this lasts. I might just be a little bit lighter on chat and just keep my phone locked. Excuse me. Oops. There we go. Okie dokie. So boop, boop. Oh dear. That's not what I want. Okie dokie. So I'm just gonna lock my phone real quick. We're gonna. Oh wait, I saw a comment come in on my on my computer. I'm gonna check that. But then we're gonna start. If you guys have any questions or comments, and so we don't have a full drinking game, but I have a partial drinking game. Rule is, because I really want to draw I want to draw attention to Jin's musical theme. Okay. Mm-hmm. So anytime that plays, we take a sip. Okay. The point of that is to bring to mind and to draw attention to every time that theme plays, and to make note of what scenes are happening and how the theme is used. Okay, that's my only. There's not a full drinking game, but that is part of it. It is going to be so fun. And Eric said, "Can't get over how Jin goes from not caring to a giant, long-winded, inspirational rebel speech in like 12 hours." You know, I have
that speech is real cringe. It's real cringe.
Is it as cringe or more cringe than wanting to go to Tashi Station to get some power converters?
That's part of his character. I love that.
All right. Cool. So they said that they're ready to start. So I think that without further ado, we should start. So I'm going to go up. I'm going to get the timer ready. So the timer's going to go on the screen, but that is not meaning the movie's starting. I'm just going to start it and pause it so that we get a 0-0 on screen. Maybe we got to get it to 0-1. There we go. Yep, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, guys, and we are going to start it in 3, 2, 1, click.
Oh, yep, it's definitely started. There's Lucasfilm.
Lucasfilm!
All right, this is great. We get to talk over the whole movie.
Yep, so this is not a reaction, this is commentary. We get to talk. Now, here's one of the things that opening I loved, okay? Because this was the first, not just Star Wars movie, Star Wars anything to not have an opening crawl. And that's one of the things Disney did. Not everything needs an opening crawl. It's just for the saga. And I actually really like that. But here's what's really interesting. So you see how it's going underneath the asteroid ring? But the shadow's lighting it up. It almost looks like you're underneath the opening crawl. Do you kind of see that?
Okay, yeah.
So it's kind of drawing that, hey, this is the Star Wars story, but you're under it.
Okay. I see that. I like it. One thing I won't fault this movie for is cinematography.
Oh, yeah.
I think this movie knocks it out of the park.
No, and
maybe the best cinematography in all of Star Wars.
Oh, it's definitely the best cinematography in all of Star Wars, but I challenge like one of my favorite cinematographies in cinema.
Mad Max Fury Road has a word to say with you.
I'm not gonna deny that. I said one of.
They can both be good without, invalidating the other.
Exactly.
Mads Mikkelsen, great actor.
Great actor.
He's a big star in Danish films.
Oh, I didn't know that. But that makes sense.
Because he's Danish.
Right.
Of course. And so he usually plays like the love interest, like he's the good-looking guy that everyone's interested in, and he's in like quirky comedies apparently. And all the Danes are confused why he's always like kind of villainous and everything else. Like, why do you guys think Mads Mikkelsen is so creepy and weird?
I'm gonna tilt the camera down just a smidge.
So Mads Mikkelsen.
I always got the impression the mom didn't care as much.
All he says is, "I love you and I'll always protect you. I love you, Stardust." That's all that happens there.
That's all that needs to happen. Come on, man.
That's all that needs to happen in this scene.
Come on, man.
That's all that needs to happen in this scene.
Right.
That's fine. That's fine with me.
So I've translated the text on that. There's a text on the Kyber crystal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what it says, though. It says something like, it's something like faith or something like that. But
I thought you were gonna lock your phone.
I meant to. Oh yeah, and Mads Mikkelsen's brother plays Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Oh.
Bill reminded me of that fact. So I love that his cape is this super cheap material. Okay, it indicates that either A, this was not military issued and he gave it to himself, or B, it was given to him as this like crude joke by the Empire.
I don't know. I think that's perfectly in line with like.
Oh, it's perfectly. Both are perfectly in line with this character.
I think the costume is perfectly in
it's-
line with like other Imperial outfits.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
I think that there's a stark contrast between like, and here's the thing. So he's the white with the black troopers, contrasting Vader, who's the black with the white troopers.
Mm-hmm. I do like that.
We're this close. So, fun fact: when he started working on the film, he tried to do Ben Mendelsohn.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to do a British accent because that's the Imperial accent. He's Australian, and they were like, "No. Krennic is like an outsider within the Empire. Do your Australian accent.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is his character."
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was really cool.
Where does she come from?
So the fun arc here is that his whole thing is he's. By the way, why does she wear Jedi robes? And she has a kyber crystal. Always wondered about that.
Is she a Jedi?
I honestly suspected. So his whole thing, he's a terrible liar, right? So this whole movie is about him learning how to lie.
I don't think the whole movie's about that.
Okay, the subtext of the movie is all about him learning how to lie. Because he's a terrible liar. I mean,
He has an E-plot about it.
sure, he has an E-plot about it. The movie wouldn't happen if he didn't learn how to lie. But that's why no one suspected him, because he's a terrible liar. I loved the Stormtrooper doll. Like, that
That's
world
good.
building is just killer. Okay, Jin's theme. First time. So note, it didn't play with her and her dad. It played with her alone.
Mm-hmm.
That's important.
Okay.
It's important.
I believe you.
Because it's going to progress Jin's theme in when it's used. A Jedi exile. My child. So if I remember correctly, this takes place before Jedi Fallen Order, but I'm not 100% sure. That opening scene, I mean.
Okay.
Saw Gerrera is in Jedi Fallen Order.
Neat.
He was the first character introduced in the animated series to get a live action role. I think Jin's theme is going to play again here.
Okay. We've established that Jin is tough. that's what that was. That little.
No, we've established that Jin.
No, this is what that scene was. She picks him
No.
up. She wipes her brow. She's tough.
We've established that Jin has not found her place, that she's trapped. By the way, I love that the jail cells look like the Imperial lighting. Great detail. But that was Jin's theme, so we're drinking.
And she wasn't alone anymore.
She's, for all intents and purposes, alone. She's a loner.
Oh no, we're on the trading post now.
We are on the trading post now. And I love the all the little extra shots that didn't need to be there. Like, we're going to show some people cooking some stuff. Name a Lucas film where that happens. Other than Phantom Menace.
You beat me to it. There was that great scene in Mandalorian
Oh, well, yeah, that was
where
after
they're
this
cooking the one guy.
one. The Quakian monkey lizard.
Yeah.
What kind of wimp can't climb with one arm? See, so much of Cassian is communicated in that one moment. Wordlessly.
See, I think...
Let's not talk about what
That's
they
good.
do with it later. Let's
No,
just...
I think that's good.
Okay.
I think this is good. I'm happy with this.
Okay. We'll just go one scene at a time.
That is not... I hold this as something...
So this scene, though, communicates a lot, again, wordlessly. That just as the Jedi once stood over Jedi like these statues stood, they've fallen. And so now that all that remains is these broken stone statues.
This is the dude!
Yeah,
I'm glad.
you like this dude.
I think that's one of my favorite costumes in Star Wars.
Saw's right-hand man.
Mm-hmm. What's his name?
I used to know. Yeah, the droid will comment when we're quiet. And people say that rebels are the good guys. Well, I think that's what Rogue One was really supposed to do. What they wanted to do was demonstrate, hey, like, yeah, the rebels are the protagonist, but they don't always only do good. So they showed Cassian being a rebel who does terrible things, and then they wanted to show Saw, who's a rebel who's a straight-up terrorist.
I just want to say that scene...
Look at that shot, though.
Also, I just want to mention what happened in that scene while you were talking
Yeah.
was Bodhi
Right.
spent that whole time explaining that he has a message for Saw.
Right.
That's all he had to say
Sure.
that entire time.
But that demonstrates that he thinks that is the most important thing in the world right now. The fact that that's all he says is saying something.
Oh, yeah. No, that's fine.
By the way, them using Clone Wars era juggernauts as prison transport ships is just awesome. Plus, this is the first time we've seen the inside of a juggernaut.
I love how dirty this is.
I know. This also always reminded me of the prison truck breakout scene from X-Men 3.
I'm really straining my brain to remember that.
So now we're demonstrating that she's tough and scrappy.
We've demonstrated that she's tough and she's scrappy and she doesn't care for the rebellion because...
And that droids can best her.
And
By the way, fun fact, first time a female's been bested in Disney Star Wars.
First time or only time?
I'm sure if we go through the animated stuff, we can find... No, we can find some
On
of the
film.
animated. Oof. Oh, we're going to go with only. We're going to go with only.
Okay,
So they
we're on Yavin.
So they recreated all of this based off of the original set for A New Hope, which they said was really tough because they wanted to be able to do more than they did in A New Hope, more camera angles. So they built more of it. Dodonna!
Okay. She's a real rogue, is what we've learned. You're on point with those tosses to the trash can.
I know what I'm doing. See, look at the, like, she looks down with her eyes before looking up. Like, she was caught. Caught in a lie. And that's fear. This is deflection.
So far, she's always defended her father. She has defended her father every single time.
I think I like to think he's dead makes things easier. Kind of demonstrates that she's trying to push him out of her memory.
But it's still a defense. It's a deflection.
Fair enough, but I don't see it. I can see how you'd see it that way. I don't see it that way. When so much of this movie is subtext, it's very hard to come to a concrete, what were they intending? But look at...
I'm not saying she's not a good actress.
She's a great actress. Bail Organa. Some of the comments yesterday told me I look like a young Bail Organa. I think I'll take it, but
I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean my skin's a little too light.
You need a little more,
little rounder.
a little rounder.
My jawline.
Yeah, your jawline's a little too angular. I'm sorry. Also, what did we? Just tossing this out there, we could have done that on the U-wing.
What?
With a conversation with Cassian and just her. That whole conversation.
Why does it have to be on the U-wing?
Because then that could be moving us to Jeddah.
I suppose.
It could have been, like...
But now I've got K2.
I like K2.
I love that. He was based off of HK-47 to a slight degree. The original script actually did have an HK droid, but they changed their mind for an original droid. My.
I think it's a cool design.
Oh yeah, he's great. I love him. So now we're starting to get the idea that this guy's a little bit more cutthroat than the rest of the rebellion, and
Yeah.
Cassian's just an order follower. Like, he's like, no questions. All right, turn around, jump
Yep.
on the ship. So this Cassian's arc, we're starting with, we've seen what he's capable of.
You know, he doesn't ask questions. You know, he's a man of action.
Man of action.
Do what it takes. Ends justifies the means, right?
Well, not yet. Right now, he's not even trying to justify. He just does it.
Just does it. That's fine.
This is my favorite Star Wars blaster. Mando's handheld is a close second.
So,
But just feel this.
no, Mando's is so good. I'm a sucker for Revolver.
Yeah, but I like the Luger, though. So this being a Star Wars Luger.
Luger's fantastic. Luger, I'm not gonna.
I love this, though. Normally, droids will just spout off numbers, and he's able to disseminate that information into a human way of, it's high. Like, that automatically and immediately sets him apart from other droids we've seen.
Yeah, it's not like C3D2. It was like,
The probability of success is 400,007,601.
to escape this asteroid field.
Oh, Jin's theme. So, we're progressing. Now she's moving on, but then it turns into the rebellion theme. The rebellion theme is interrupted, boom, by Saw's theme. And it contrasts it so much.
Deception!
Okay, but I love Forrest Whitaker as much as, like...
I love him too. I love him too.
Cargo pilot.
Okay, he defected. He did defect.
Observation, you are being rescued. So I love that Saw is conveyed as the rebel Vader. The man who is more machine than man.
No, I think that's great.
I will say that when I first saw this in theater, I was disappointed in Bodhi. Because he's such a great character, but he gets so little unique moments.
Mm-hmm.
And the Borg Gullet,
Galen told him to find him. Okay, do we have that?
the inhale is the same sound effect as Vader's, but the exhale isn't. Borg Gullet.
I think we have to drink to Borgullet.
Borg Gullet. I'm sorry, that sucks.
You have no defense for Borgullet?
No defense for Borg Gullet because
Okay, I'm glad.
But because the Borg Gullet has no lasting consequences, it shouldn't have been there at all. But this shot was amazing. They were just rendering this, and this shot for a different shot, and Gary was like, "What if we started with the Star Destroyer coming out of the shadow? Like the shot was already animated that way, but he just moved the camera
Yeah.
and came up with that one of the most iconic shots in Rogue One."
See,
This is what you wish Tarkin had stayed as, is the reflection. Yeah.
because he looks fantastic. Like,
Right.
from behind, perfect, and then he turns around. And
He just looks a little too shiny, I think.
they're smartest CGI artists who have talked about what's wrong with him and what could have been done.
So you'll notice his cape is now a different material.
It's thicker, right?
It's thicker and it's less crunchy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think all of Tarkin's
See,
stuff.
that shot though was pretty good.
No, I think all of Tarkin's stuff should have been either reflection in the window or from behind him.
But the problem is, then
Like-
you know what the filmmakers are doing, and that kind of takes you out of the immersion.
But-
Chat, let us know. Do you agree with Chrome that? Okay, wait. I do love the flashback. He doesn't like it. One, this is the only time we've seen Coruscant in Disney Star Wars.
That's fair.
Only time. But look,
What's the matter?
it kind of shows like Krennic is. I'll always protect you. It's that reminder.
It's the same thing he said.
No, but the point is, we've just demonstrated in the last scene that she has been trying to repress the memory of her father, and so
Have we?
Yes, because I like to think he's dead tells us I don't want to think about him, but this shows us that on their way to Jeddah, she's now remembering all of this. And by the way, that was Jin's theme. You did drink, but I
did
didn't.
drink.
So now look, she's jolted awake. So what this tells
Yeah.
us is Jin's not willing to talk about it, right? You wanted her to
Okay.
talk about this, but she's not willing to. But she is thinking about it. She's thinking about her dad now for the first time in a long
Okay.
time.
So she's thinking about her dad. Okay, that is something.
Yeah.
I just think it could have been.
I don't think she's ready as a character
I
to
think
talk
it could have
about
been a better scene than just a scene where her dad picks her up and says, "I'll always protect you. I love you, Stardust."
But the point is that's the point of that is the quality
It
of her
needs-
dad that she needs to remember.
it needs to be something more than that. It needs to
I
be
don't think
something.
it does because that is
I'm not attached to him.
I am.
I'm not attached to him. He hasn't done anything.
He has this unconditional love for his daughter, and that's
He loves his daughter. So should every dad.
well, sure, but
That's
But-
not something special. That's not
It
something
doesn't
that like
need to be unique.
enamors me. It's
it doesn't need to be
he
unique.
could beat her every weekend with a whip, and she's just thinking of the time that he said he loved her. I don't know.
I love this shot though.
It's a great shot.
But what I want to say though about Jin and her dad, right now, I think it was clear from her scene with the Rebel Council that she has not remembered anything fond about her dad in a long time. She doesn't think about it. Like, sure, she's defending him, but she doesn't. There's no fondness in her voice. It's not like, oh
No.
yeah, my dad, I miss my dad. But like
That's the actor,
she's,
though.
She's tough. She's pushing that down, right?
That is the actor. I'm wanting writing,
Okay, but it could be directing too. The director could be putting that on Felicity.
and I want the writer to do more.
Point is though, as we show more and more, right? Like, I mean, even I like to think he's dead. You know, that's still writing.
Yeah.
But then the writer says, okay, now she's going to flashback, and it's only positive memories, and it's showing, hey, I will always protect you. And now she's wondering about that because her dad's been gone for a long time and is a tool of the Imperial War Machine. So she's thinking, how can you be protecting me when this happened? You left me on my own with Saw Gerrera, the psychopath, who abandoned me. How can it be true that you will always protect me? Because right now, those words are not true.
What is the theme of this movie?
Hope.
Okay, I'm glad. That was so quick for you.
I've seen it too many times. We're gonna can know your thoughts. See, like, this scene makes no sense. It doesn't need to be here because the validation of his thoughts never comes into play with Saw Gerrera.
Yeah.
Doesn't impact Saw, and the long-term effects of the side effect of you may lose your mind, doesn't play into the plot at all, other
Yeah.
than like the first 6 seconds that they see Bodhi.
Where he's like,
yes.
"Oh,
I
am
was the pilot.
Yeah,
I'm the pilot.
there's a pointless scene.
Pointless scene. Not just pointless. I think that they meant to do more with it. But cut out the rest. That would be my guess.
All the, like, what is established is the
Saw's
you know,
crazy.
Saw's crazy.
Yeah. No, that is established. Saw's
That's okay.
crazy. And I think that that's good, but it could have been just as well with a
It
torture
could've-
scene.
It could have been more.
No, I mean, he could have just tortured him because the thing with this is like... he
Yeah, but
implies that there's-
torture in a Star Wars film that's meant for children, it's a little much.
It happened in Empire Strikes Back.
Okay, yeah, you're fair. Oh, I love the droid just... Oh, that was
More
some
cooking!
good... Those were some good helmet costumes. Why are you here?
Why?
Get
Other
out
than
of here.
fan
Get
service.
out of my movie.
Get out of my movie.
Get out of my movie.
Take a drink every time you accidentally stare at Saw's eye.
That's mean. Forrest Whitaker is a gem. He's a national treasure.
Callie agrees
She said
with-
hope.
Well, he said hope first.
Rebellions are...
And she doesn't believe it at first. She's like, whatever, that's stupid. By the way, Callie agrees with you that Tarkin would have been better from behind.
Thank you, Calig.
And he says that the Borg... Bill says that the Borg gullet, not safe for work warning, looks like something out of a cheap hentai.
I'm into it.
No!
I'm not saying I haven't seen stuff like that before, Bill. Okay, we got True.
Jin's theme... Wait, no. Shrewd's theme starts the same two notes as the Force theme.
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, good old True.
And Bay's over there to protect him. It's interesting that her dad said that, not her mom.
She's the one with the Kyber crystal necklace.
Yep. And the Jedi robes.
Strongest our stars have hearts of Kyber. I don't know what that means, but it means something.
It's implying that the Force exists beyond just the Jedi's lightsabers.
Okay, that's fair. See, this is a good line of dialogue.
Yeah.
Like, this is the stuff that I want.
Yeah. It's amazing how they made the set for Jedha, because they had to age it.
Like, this is phenomenal work. I personally love the Jedha stuff
Yeah.
because it's reminiscent of, like, stuff like from American Sniper and The Hurt Locker. Like,
Black Hawk Down.
Black Hawk Down. Like,
Except Saw's people are the terrorists.
yeah.
Because
That is-
Saw's people are the terrorists. And so the cinematography is implying to those people, hey, the rebels aren't always good.
Yeah. I'll excuse some like weaker costume design that does just kind of like
Not stand out.
highlight some people being like Middle Eastern. It's like, that's a too clear cut. You know?
To be fair, those costumes have existed long before this movie. It's
Oh,
just
yeah,
the desert
sure.
setting with the...
Oh, we've established Jin as a hero.
I don't know. That realism, like... The idea of the kid, like, not knowing what to do in the battle scene, like... I mean...
It's solely there to show that Jin is a heroic person.
Well, yeah, but that she thinks of other people. That she's not... Because at this point, up till now, we thought of her as kind of calloused.
Yeah, she's callous. It's like, oh no, she's a heroic person, and we should care about her,
Right.
despite what we've seen so far.
Right. Well, I think it's part of her growing into who she is.
See, I don't think
So there's a scene
she
coming up that I
grows
absolutely hate, though.
until she sees.
Her dad.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of the
I
point.
think that's the catalyst
Right.
for her.
Kaiba! Those
Why
ones
is the
fit in
tank
lightsaber.
fueled by Kyber?
It's not. It's carrying Kyber.
Oh, okay.
They're transporting it.
Why is it on the outside instead of the inside?
It's a good question. There's no good
Okay.
answer for that. Because it looks cool.
Okay, looking cool is a good answer.
Now, here's the thing. Rogue One introduced orange into the Imperial palette. I have been trying to figure out why, and I finally have a good answer.
What about the Sand Troopers?
What about them?
They have orange.
Sand Troopers were also introduced in this. Oh. I mean, like, the general Imperial palette. Not just, like, sometimes. Okay, I hate this scene. I'm going to talk about this.
Where she beats up.
Not that she beats him up. That Cassian's like, oh, I don't have to help. Because they did that same scene in Force Awakens 1 year earlier.
Okay.
With Finn and Rey, where he's like, oh, I'm going to help her. oh no, she can take care of herself. And then they did it a year later with Rogue One. And it's like, it worked once. Twice felt really, really awkward.
Oh, we got a good K2. We're getting a good K2 moment.
Yeah.
Look how cool K2 is. I like K2. I'll drink to K2.
Drink to K2 and fill me up. I love the design of Jeddah. It's kind of Greek. It's kind of Arabic.
It's
It's
very Anatolian. That's what I would say.
These are prisoners.
K2, you're an awful liar.
So, about
K2
Orange.
should be a better liar. He should be a better liar.
It's fine. Actually, droids can't lie. He's unique in his ability to lie.
He should be better in that situation.
Okay. So, here's the thing about Orange. In this movie, Orange represents the Imperial weakness hiding in plain sight. So, watch for that.
Okay.
So, in this movie, Orange is a representation of Galen Erso. The Imperial weakness that has been working its way to weaken the Empire from within.
Why you gotta hate on Orange like that?
It's Gareth Edwards, man. Is your foot all right?
Great fight scene.
Oh, I love this scene. Because we've got that... What's the name of that blind samurai? Calig probably knows. Or sorry, Calig. Bill probably knows. Calig only knows SWTOR things. I love that head tilt. So now we've established that Baze protects Chirrut. We've now established that Chirrut has a stutter.
Wait, what?
No, it's just a joke.
Stutter?
Oh, Unknown Necessity, welcome to the stream. I didn't see you here, and good to have you on board. We're doing commentary. Ram Koda, Blind Jedi. But there's a samurai who, like, a legend of a blind samurai who came before Ram Koda.
No, but these fools can.
But we saw that
I love this costume. I love his costume. I'm glad the people at Disney loved it too and used it for Solo.
I didn't know that costume was in Solo, actually.
It was like maybe one of the three things I starkly remember about Solo is like the rebel group at the end.
This shot is so great. Because we don't get to see Imperial occupation a whole lot.
No.
So
And we should.
the idea of the civilian town under the shadow of a Star Destroyer, just an absolute amazing concept. And I've always wanted to see more of it.
I love the costumes. I love the sets.
You love the cinematography.
I love the cinematography.
We're getting through the story, so we just got to take it one scene at a time. The brutality, though, like,
They rough him up a little bit. It's nothing I haven't seen out of a Gamorrean guard or something.
I don't know if the Gamorrean guard really could rough anyone up. Look, cheap Djarik.
Oh, look at that funky looking guy. That was great. I like him.
You had Dejarik without the... It was hollow chess without the hollow. Like, that's just cool world building. You can buy that Dejarik set at Galaxy's Edge.
Oh, that's fun.
My brother has it.
Are there rules to play it?
Oh, yeah.
Is it more than chess?
It's I'm going to say there's only 4 pieces per team,
Okay.
but it's equally as complicated as chess.
Okay, so it's not just like chess, but
No,
Okay.
it's a completely different rule set.
okay.
Um,
That's all I was asking.
yeah.
is that-
Like some pieces can
Here
move.
we are, True, talking about.
Baze's background.
He's not talking about Baze. He's talking about
Baze
who he
Malvis.
is.
No, said Baze Malvis was once the most devoted guardian. Now he's a skeptic
Oh,
because Baze was mocking him for praying. And what's interesting, Cassian was praying. So he says, he asked Cassian, "You praying?" And Cassian nods. So we've got people who pray to the Force. Which,
all right. I like that world building.
yeah. Look at that window.
Mm-hmm.
Is a broken version of the Emperor's throne room window.
Oh, that's good.
So now we're starting to see why she feels alone and unprotected.
She was the best soldier though.
She was the daughter of an Imperial officer. It's her dad's fault. But it's clear from this she feels alone, abandoned, unprotected. And her dad said, "I will always protect you."
Mm-hmm.
So she's struggling with that because she's not.
Okay, that's fair.
And it's showing Saw's skepticism of everything. He's just filled with paranoia. And Forrest Whitaker does the shaking and everything so well.
Yeah, I have no complaints on the acting in this
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
Everyone sells their roles perfectly.
Yeah. And it wouldn't work without it. I'll fully say that.
Yeah.
Look at this. You get who he is in that moment. So here we see she's still callous. She's at least pretending to be calloused.
She's deflected the question.
Mm-hmm.
She hasn't explained what she wants.
Exactly. Here. And see, that kind of demonstrates that to those who aren't the Jedi, to those who aren't the idealists, the Empire wasn't seen as this grand totalitarian government. Some people were just content to keep their heads down. Now, what I never got until... So, whenever whenever Krennic is in charge of the Death Star, the shots are always of it upside down.
Huh. See, like, this looks great.
Right. I think Tarkin just needed more shadow.
Like,
Maybe he's just a little too illuminated.
I think they just needed smarter
Wait, look
shots.
at this. So, with Tarkin in A New Hope, you may fire when ready. With he's got this like lack of refinement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Oh, here's the 40 seconds that will get Bodhi. Wait. We're going to hear the Dies Irae, the Song of Death, for the first time in this movie. Oh, second time, actually. No, what we heard was those little flutes. Never mind. Those flutes came from A New Hope.
You're the Force Master. You tell us.
I'm gonna fix all the problems that Saw Gerrera set up. There's the Song of Death. Because the Death Star is priming. Dun, 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 dun. Instead of buttons, he's got dials. I love
This is his daughter.
But I love the contrast between this scene and the Death Star priming. You can see her emotion, like that cold wall she'd built is starting. She can't deny that her dad still cares. She can't deny it. All the lies she's told herself are breaking down. She needs.
I haven't seen all the lies that she's put up.
We saw. I pointed them out.
We saw a lie.
But we saw that is how she defines herself. She defines herself with that lie. And
It's
now
not enough.
it is enough because she's been cold, calloused, rigid, and now all of a sudden, that's so realistic.
I don't care if it's realistic. We're watching a movie.
But wait, listen. I love how the pieces are there to see what she's told herself. And how all of that breaks down in the moment.
There
where
aren't pieces. There is a piece.
I think that piece informs her demeanor through the rest of...
You can't call a brick a puzzle.
There is... She explains, I like to think he's dead, right? And so then that explains what... It's consistent. It's consistent with all the other things she said about being abandoned, being alone, being dumped. And all of a sudden she sees, oh my goodness, the man who said he would always protect me actually never stopped caring. And that's when she breaks down. That's when her emotion kicks in.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. That's there.
It is there.
I'll give you that.
I will
That
say
is there.
it's not enough. It's not overt, but it's consistent. That conveys how strong Baze is, that he's able to hold his ammo pack and hold the gun. That was cool. And Saw's letting go. He doesn't try to hurt Cassian.
Why doesn't Saw come? Why does he just, like...
Saw's arc exists beyond Rogue One.
Why does he just sit here? I don't like it.
It's hard to deny that if you haven't seen the stuff about Saw beyond Rogue One.
It's hard to deny if, like, he's an actual person.
It's meant to... Wait, hold this line. Oh, it's beautiful. But what it's meant to convey is similar to Vader. There's a moment where living the life of more machine than man is just not worth it anymore.
Yeah, but, like, for Vader, what happens to Darth Vader in that?
No, I'm not saying it's as good. I'm just saying that's what was the intent.
These sound like excuses and not explanations.
No, that's an excuse. I'll deny that. Saw was not expertly handled in this movie. This is the first time I've watched this since playing Squadrons, and I'm just looking at the cockpit like, I've flown that.
All right, Saw is just...
Okay, let's for a moment just accept his death scene for what it is, of him letting go. Let's pretend that the movie gave us enough to say he realized that his terrorist ways were not actually helping the galaxy. And say that at least the moment of his death was well done. It wasn't well set up, but it was well done.
You said, let's pretend,
Yep.
and so I'm gonna pretend it wasn't. But for your sake, in this second, I'll pretend.
So that's interesting. That established that you can do hyperspace jumps while in a planet's gravitational well, which is interesting.
Isn't everywhere inside the gravitational well?
Okay, heavy gravitational inside.
Isn't everywhere inside
you
the
know what?
gravitational well? I'm just throwing this out there.
Just no more.
Inside the atmosphere is pretty impressive, though.
Yes. Will you tell the Emperor as much? Saw's tired. He's ready to die, says Bill. I can buy that.
We don't get that, though, in the movie.
No, but you get another material.
I'm watching a movie.
His final thoughts were of his sister Steela.
I didn't see that in the movie. Look at this. We're getting so much about Krennic.
I told you Bill knows. Zayatachi. Or is it Zatoichi?
Look, here's Krennic filling us in on all this stuff. He's emotionally charged.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, we've never seen an Imperial who's volatile.
What about Vader?
He's not volatile.
He chokes a man out. He chokes several men out.
He doesn't tolerate failure, but he's
That's
not
incredibly volatile.
No, because he's not enraged. He's not upset. He's not angry. He's just like, yeah, you suck.
It's fair. And, you know, 1 year later, we would see Ben Swallow being very volatile.
A year earlier, actually. This was a year after he slapped the computer.
I feel like he slaps the computer a year later.
No, it was Force Awakens.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I guess he does.
To be fair, he's volatile.
Next year, he smashes his helmet.
His helmet.
And also, in a fit of rage, he commands people in a fit of rage.
Yes.
Which, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. More importantly.
What happened in Last Jedi that was really volatile? Okay, we're getting the U-Wing talking scene that you kept telling me you wanted. So they're all mourning. He's mission.
Yeah, he's on the mission. Set course.
So now she's less calloused.
You're Galen's daughter. Okay, here's an opportunity for a conversation.
She's finally willing to be open about her dad.
He could be all right by himself.
Mm-hmm. Now she's defending him.
She's just explaining what happened in the hologram. Wouldn't it be great if Saw came around to explain what happened in the message? Wouldn't it be great if Saw was here? Back her up?
Maybe that's why he died.
Bodhi has told us nothing.
No, but I'm not going to argue on Bodhi.
But Bodhi's told us nothing about Galen.
Right. Well,
He told us nothing.
he told us that Galen is...
He told Jin that Galen said all he needed to be was brave and courageous and whatnot.
And listen to his heart.
And listen to his heart.
What?
Okay, that's nice, but
It tells us that he's a man of moral conviction. Look, but this line is important for why he doesn't pull the trigger. Because she's starting to explain, hey, we can beat the Death Star if you don't pull the trigger. And so, couple things in that scene. First is I love this shot too. Oh man, sorry. So what? There was a very sudden shift that after she saw the message, she's starting to see her dad as the man who is going to fulfill that promise to always protect her. And so you see that her demeanor is very different the second time they're in the U-Wing as the last time they were together. The way she's talking about her dad, the way she's
no, that's fine.
Vader's many things, but unstable is not one of them, says Eric Chung.
I don't know. Remember that one time he killed all the younglings?
Okay, that was Vader before the suit.
It was still Vader.
Vader's cooled rage. See, taking the drive with the message would have done wonders. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know why they didn't take the message. But
the reason why they didn't take the message is so she could have the cool, cringy speech on Yavin. That's why, chat.
See, he's trying to deflect why he's keeping Jin behind.
No.
But Trute knows. What is the face of a friend?
I don't know. Ask the Chinese. Okay, so we've established that Cassian is going up to kill.
Cassian is still intending to follow orders.
He's still intending to follow orders, and everyone knows that he's intending to kill Galen. Cool.
T-65 X-Wings? Or is it T-60s? I don't know.
Is there an exact... Are there different models of X-Wings?
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars is beyond me.
Well, the T-70s or T-75s, which are in the sequel trilogy, you can see on the Lego there, they have one big engine that splits when they open it.
Yeah.
The T-65s have two engines,
Yeah.
one on each wing. And per side, I mean.
Okay, I did notice that.
That's pretty much the only difference. There's a slight difference in the shape of the wings from a top-down look. Where regular X-Wings, both wings are symmetrical. They look exactly the same top to bottom. Whereas on the sequel trilogy X-Wings, they're each like half. So when they open up, they look like that. But when they come together, they're like that.
Okay, that's neat.
Yeah.
I like that.
Ian McCaig, the concept artist I know, designed the X-Wings for the sequel trilogy.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you credit where credit's due.
Problem was, he got on set. I was like, I want to design stuff. They're like, we want X-Wings. Like, no, I want to design new stuff. They're like, no, we want X-Wings. It's like, he's like, what else can I do? They're like, you can do the Millennium Falcon. He's like, the Millennium Falcon exists. They're like, draw us the Millennium Falcon. He's like, I guess the radar dish broke off in the last, or in the right before Return of the Jedi, so I'll draw a new radar dish.
He got to make the new AT.
No, I don't think he
He
did
didn't do that?
But he did do Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren was a great design.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. 100%. I'm behind that.
Now, to be fair, I've only met him once. He knows my uncle.
Mm-hmm.
But betrayed the Empire?
Not a very good liar.
Hmm.
How have we established that he's a good liar?
Oh, there's a difference between being able to lie and being willing to lie. So he's still getting ready to take the shot to obey. I love that moment where he thinks. This is the first moment in his life since he was 6 years old that he's questioned. But he looks again, sees the aftermath. Why is he telling him to hold off?
Jin's on the platform.
Jin is on that platform.
But here's the problem. Why are the rebels there? Why is the rebel squadron there?
Because they weren't reporting in?
Because their comms went down.
Right.
So, what happens next is not Cassian's fault.
Yes, but it is true and reasonable to assume that Cassian knew about it. Knew that the rebellion wanted to kill Galen.
But none of what happens now is Cassian's fault.
No, but I think
None
it's
of it.
reasonable for Jin to be angry with him.
Cassian had zero control. The comms were down.
The point is,
It's also equally acceptable to think that, oh, they all died, so the rebellion said send in a squadron to kill everyone there.
yeah, but that's a good lie. That's not necessarily...
That is what that contingency is there for.
That wouldn't be her first assumption. But I do want to watch her father's death because that is one of the most emotional moments in Star Wars for me. So I might be low on the commentary for the next little bit.
It's nice to see the Death Star guys also have jobs on our artillery.
They'd use the same uniform for techs everywhere.
I'm just glad to see
Weapon
that
techs.
that uniform is used elsewhere.
I like to see X-Wings crashing rather than just getting shot down. This is one of the first Star Wars movies to show collateral damage. So we've now established that Shrew is fully guided by, even if he cannot command, the Force.
Yeah. I mean, that could have been assumed from his, like...
From his battle scene.
Yeah.
But now it's, like, irrefutable.
Yeah.
It's not just, hey, he's really good at listening.
Yeah.
Because that was kind of... That could be assumed from the beginning. Oof. Emotional language now. She's referred to as my father, Papa. Her theme plays when her dad dies. I love the she's mourning. It's the calloused efficiency of Cassian. She's like, he's gone. Let's go. And an interesting decision to have him in such an uncomfortable and unnatural position as he's laying there on the ground with his leg bent back, and like that's not a normal death scene you'd see in Star Wars where they're like kind of laying down, whatever. But, like that's how someone would land after an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Here's a U-wing scene that you've been. It's not U-wing now, but because their U-wing was destroyed. But an Imperial landing craft. It's very reasonable.
But that's not his fault.
No, but she doesn't know that. And she's saying...
And why wouldn't he explain it?
He's defending himself. And it's very reasonable. I love that scene because, one, the idea of you might as well be a stormtrooper. If you didn't rebel against the Empire, you grew up in the rebellion. The rebellion is your government. You're obeying orders. You might as well be a stormtrooper.
No, I think this is a fine scene. I think it's not as good as it could have been. Like, I think the setup weakens it. I think the fact that Cassian isn't directly related to the death of her father actively weakens...
I think the fact that Cassian decided not to pull the trigger increases the validity of his eventual...
No, but I think if Cassian had been the one who had called in rebel support, and then while he was there, he decided, I shouldn't kill her, and then realized, oh, no, comms are down, I can't call this off. I think that would have been more impactful as...
It wouldn't have made as much sense from
it would have made as much sense as what happened.
No, because
that's exactly what he goes through while he's there.
No, because why would he go there to just call in an airstrike? But what I'm asking, what I'm suggesting is the idea of. By the way, we've never seen Imperial Guards guard Vader, which is really interesting. But what I'm pointing out is,
who's this weird looking perv?
Just Vader's main butler.
Does he have a name?
He has.
Is
a
it a Wikipedia article?
He has one, but A drink
Good.
for Galen. All right, we'll take it. Drink for Galen.
Boo, Galen. I still don't like him.
Man, we're making for an interesting video, but I'm not actually making any convincing arguments because we're talking too much to actually hear the emotional moments.
I watched this movie. I gave it its chances. Then I sat down afterward and wrote the notes. I sat down and gave it every chance I could. I'm sitting here to listen to your arguments while you watch it.
You're giving your arguments too.
I'll give you this. You've given. There is a little bit more to Jin than I thought.
Okay,
There's not a lot more,
I'll take
but
it.
there's a little more.
I'll take it.
You know, and credit where's credit's due, because I thought Jin was. You know,
To be fair, you've seen the movie 4, maybe 5 times. I didn't feel it even as positive as you do towards Rogue One at 4 or 5 times. I've seen the movie probably 12 to 16 times.
no, like I love.
And for me, it gets better with each viewing, which I can't say the same for a lot of movies.
Honestly, last time I watched it, felt way less. I disliked it more.
You were also looking for problems in your notes.
I was looking for everything I liked and disliked. I came into it with a critical mind, is what happened. That was the viewing that I decided I liked Krennic. You know?
So this seems really important because it demonstrates he's trying to go around Tarkin to stay and control the Death Star.
How important is that to the story?
Very. It's important.
Is it?
Well, at least to Krennic's arc.
But is it important to...
It depends on what you think the story is, but it's also important because if Vader just showed up at the end, it would be really jarring.
Like,
Having him introduced in the middle helps for his real moment in the end.
sure. This scene exists to give
It helps Krennic.
Vader
and
excuse
Krennic.
to be in there. Can I have a chip? Thanks, Chief.
Yeah, move to the other side because it's real close to me. Yeah, I love his last line of I have so much to tell you, and I'm going to agree with Jose on that one. His last line, I have so much to tell you. It just it emphasizes how much time passed between, how much time he spent away from her. And yeah, he spent his last moments with her, but it wasn't enough. Nobody asks with Vader. Krennic just keeps getting the shaft. Yep. That's not what I wanted.
Oh!
Bill wanted you to make sure that you knew that that was your cringe speech.
I knew. That's why I didn't
General Syndulla. That's a Rebels reference.
I'll drink to Rebels references, I guess.
Did we miss Chopper? I think he's about to be in. I think
Who's
he's
Chopper?
No, Chopper's a droid. C1-10P. It looks like the word chop if you write it in English.
C1 dash.
10P.
How does that look like Chopper?
Chop.
Oh.
So the 1-1 looks like an H.
Yeah. No, okay.
I like this.
I like this too, but how's this different from the calamari dude who also agrees with her? What's his name?
Admiral Raddus.
Raddus. I love Raddus.
You do love Raddus. I know why he loves Raddus. We play Star Wars
Chat.
Armada. So...
I was really embarrassed that I couldn't remember his name, but
'cause
Raddus.
That's the Admiral. Him and Organa are the two you play as. No, Dodonna.
Dodonna.
You play with him and Dodonna.
Raddus is a more feel good.
Raddus feels good. Because Raddus is so gimmicky.
It's so gimmicky. I love it.
Organa is just tactically good. Like, it's just a good decision. It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
Dodonna.
Dodonna is the right choice.
The right choice.
Raddus
is the fun choice.
Is the choice that speaks to the heart. It speaks to hope. That's what a rebellion is built on.
It's one of those games where it's like, you either die really early on and by a massacre, or all of a sudden you just pull out all the stops at the end, and the world bends before you.
Yeah. In my games of Armada with you, have I lost?
I don't think you've ever lost.
Now I feel bad. Actually, I don't feel bad because you do some really mean stuff, and there's some stuff that like makes me infuriated through like 3/4 of the game. And
I've got some mean tactics.
It's only when I've won that I'm like, I'm sorry.
It's because the hard thing about Armada is that I build my list and I build your list.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm trying not to build in the knowledge of what I've built for you. So I build for me first.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't build counters to you. I build you counters for me.
Well, it's mine.
Not really. I mean, Raddus is just like...
Raddus was like, let's see if this wacky tactic can even work. That was a winging it.
To be fair, like, I didn't use Raddus the normal way. I started him off with a Hammerhead and a Nebulon B. And that's it. And I had a Star Destroyer, I had 2 Architons, and I had a Raider, and I had an Interdictor Star Destroyer. And I'm like, I've just got to kill his... Nebulon.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. But if he can get his Nebulon to turn 3, he can call in a MC-75, and this MC-75 can drop another Hammerhead. And all of a sudden, I've got Hammerheads ramming me on both sides, and your MC-75 is just like, I can broadside better than you can... Or no, I can forward shot. I can forward shot.
Forward shot
Better than you can broadside. Funny line.
Now we get to the part of the movie that I don't have any complaints really.
The action scenes.
Yeah. I think my only complaint is like Cassian and Jin end in a tender embrace.
Mm-hmm. They were two
But,
people
you know.
who were alone for most of their lives. Just not wanting to be alone for their last moments. It had nothing to do with their
We can
connection.
save it to the end. We can save it to the end. You know.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think at this point of the movie, I have zero complaints. I think everything that happens from this point onward, there's nothing wrong with the film. I'm happy with it. I wouldn't take anything from it. I wouldn't add anything. I wouldn't say cut this out to put something else in. This is all good.
Excellent.
I don't think that's a controversial opinion. I think everyone who watches this movie is like,
Oh, yeah.
this is perfect.
Dude, I missed our... We haven't played a... The problem is tabletop games take a long time, and
It's a lot of setup.
it's a lot of setup, and
I
it
think.
takes up half my office.
Yeah.
And with kids, it's hard to play before they go to bed.
Make it a live stream.
I've told you I want to do that. You said that you thought that what are they called? Like post-ops or like debriefs, but they're called something specific with
Battle reports.
battle reports, battle reps.
Bat reps.
Bat reps, yep. You said the battle reps do better on YouTube, but honestly, I don't care with this channel. This channel is just about having fun. You guys want to watch us play Star Wars Armada? It's a tabletop game where I play as the Galactic Empire and Chrome plays as the Rebel Alliance.
Let us know. Also, opposite option, we could watch a bat rep of me destroying him in Kill Team.
Yeah.
He has a set Kill Team and I have like 5.
I play as Grey Knights. He plays as all the other factions.
Everything else, I will come to destroy him, if you ask me to.
Let's do Armada, and if that does well, and by that I mean to get 6 viewers,
If we get 6 viewers for Armada,
we'll
I
do.
promise
we'll
you.
do Kill Team.
I'll prove my value to the screen.
We'll do 2 games. One where I take in 3 Star Destroyers, and one with my real list.
3? You can get 3 Star Destroyers?
I can get 3 Star Destroyers. It was tough to get.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't care how mean it is. I like it.
It's actually, like, tactically, I'm like, this is not a good idea, but it's fun. I can pretty much take in, like, 1 officer and no upgrade cards.
That's how I feel about like half the kill teams I bring against you. Is like I'm doing this because I think it's a fun idea. Like that Necron game we played.
Oh gosh, that Necron game murdered me.
It was a great game that we played.
Yes.
But
By the
like
way, Orange Underbelly, the rebellion is hiding inside.
I like it.
Yep.
I like I love colors representing things in film.
Right. Well, I couldn't figure it out because I'm like, orange has never been like an industrial color, and like it's never been associated with their, like, sure, it's on
The
their
Imperium.
armor, but like
Imperial.
let's just say they're machines,
Yeah.
and it's in Rogue One everywhere, and I'm like, I had to figure out why. I watched this movie 3 times in a row, just looking for the color orange and noting every time I saw the color orange, and then finding what was the common thread between all of them.
It's one of my favorite things to bring up about Breaking Bad, and my girlfriend hates it because I'm like, look, she's wearing purple. It means she's gonna be sad this episode.
Oh, that's awesome. See, the hard part about a TV show is people can pick it up and then predict. Whereas this, I had to watch the movie like
Yeah.
11 times before I finally had to answer. And by then, it's not spoiling anything because I know
You know.
how the movie goes.
To be fair, like, the whole purple thing only pops up twice in the show.
Oh, wow.
So, like, it's two extreme examples of, like, oh, something very important happened in the show.
Interesting. I haven't seen
So-
Breaking Bad, so to take your word for it. And so again, the orange is what contains the Kyber, and the Kyber, the person who is in charge of the Kyber for the Death Star is the one who put the weakness in it.
I like it. I like it.
Oh, Eric, I'm going to disagree with you hardcore on Dooku. And yeah, we just missed Chopper. Oh well.
What do you say?
No, Chopper was the droid. He's just in the background. He was
Oh,
an
but
Easter
what do
egg.
you say about Dooku?
He said that he was the exact same the entire time and had zero depth.
I'll mess you up. Dooku was phenomenal.
Callig and Bill are rooting for me because they said glory to the Empire.
Glory to the Empire, but I will bring...
So what I'll say about Armada, the Empire is like I enjoy playing the Empire more, but the Rebellion has more gimmicky, fun tricks where you.
I don't know. There are some things you can do in the Empire that I'm like, I really want to switch sides once
Oh,
or
I'd love
twice. Because there's like the things that you can do with the Empire, I'm just like, I want that. Please give that to me.
Okay, so look how he's walking. You know, real robotic, real slow. And look at
Real-
K2. Like, I love that subtle different. Like, they didn't have to do that.
Mhm.
That was really, like, unnecessary. And it shows this, like, lumbering Imperial droid who hasn't been reprogrammed. And K2 is just kind of, like, sauntering along, you know,
I
bippity boppity.
I think K2 is the best developed character in this. And
By
I
the way,
know
that was a New Hope Easter egg we just missed. We were just talking over. Those two stormtroopers were talking about the TK-15 being marked obsolete.
Oh yeah. I
And-
remember hearing about that. I remember watching this and like hearing that and like thinking like,
And when Obi-Wan's sneaking past the stormtroopers, hey, did you see that new TK-16? Yeah, it's pretty good, or whatever, you know.
yeah.
Also, I think it was really interesting. I mean, I know it's just the actor, but to lean into Krennic being left-handed.
Okay.
So, like, he wears his holster on his right side and the handle's out here. So, you know, you reach across like this. And we only really see him draw his pistol in the end, but it's left-handed. But he always wears his holster on the right side. And it,
Okay, what about the... Are you talking about the scene where they're on like the pillar and they're stealing the data?
left-handed.
Okay.
.333 repeating, of course.
That's a droid thing to say.
Leroy Dragons. Fill me up. Thank you, my friend. Deploy the garrison! Oh, Clone Wars Dooku. I'm sorry, Eric. You're right. Yes, Clone Wars Dooku was incredibly missed opportunity. I'm sorry for not reading the whole conversation. I've been keeping my phone off. You have my apologies. No, I think Chopper's here. Yep, there's Chopper. And you could actually, I could actually hear him. I've never heard him before, but I was listening to it with headphones. I could hear him. He's got a very cantankerous beep.
I like it.
So now we've got the D-Day Normandy-esque war movie. Earlier we had the Black Hawk Down and the American or what's the sniper movie you were talking about?
American Sniper and Hurt Walker.
Hurt Walker
esque.
Now it's interesting. So Gareth Edwards made an intentional decision to do more not groundbreaking, but modern cinematography style techniques at the beginning of the movie, and slowly. Okay, biggest plot hole in the whole movie right here.
Boo!
Boo! They're all leaving, and R2 and 3PO are left behind, but they're supposed to be on the Profundity so that they can be there on the New Hope. All for an Easter egg. They should already be on the ship. I know they wrote a book later to fix it. I don't care. It's your fault, not Rian Johnson. I'm just so used to blaming things on you.
Boo!
He intentionally made decisions to use more and more. So he's using a lot of dynamic shots right now.
Mm-hmm.
As the movie progresses and it gets close to the end, he's going to use more and more static shots and more cinematography techniques that were used in the 70s, so that it gradually transforms into A New Hope.
I will say I love all of the Gareth Edwards understands the way to make things impactful is to film things from like human perspectives, and I think this is
this scene.
This is a great.
This is the best. This is like the best shot of the movie where the ATST like fades out of the mist. This is not Empire, and yet, like, the AT-AT, or this is not an AT-AT, it's an AT-ACT, but the AT whatever is way more intimidating, even though they're actually, like, way less intimidating than an actual AT-AT. Like, from a weakness perspective, like, AT-ATs are practically indestructible. AT-ACTs...
Are AT-ATs virtually
compared to the AT-ACT? Yes.
Okay.
Like, you could blow up an AT-ACT without tripping it. By the way, MC-75, best ship in the Rebellion.
I'll stand by that.
Oh, Blue Squadron is so cool. After playing Squadrons, I just have a whole new appreciation for X-Wings. Oh, this is so great. That's just rough, you know? Like, I don't know, there's no good explanation for it other than that. Like, means we're trapped down here. I love that shot of the X-Wing crashing into the shield. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's just one of those things that add to the gravity of war. K2's arc.
Yeah. I don't feel like this was unexpected from Jen after, she saves the child. Personally. But, it's fine.
Just continuing to grow.
I like it. K2 gets his thing.
And so that's the other thing about Gareth Edwards showing the human perspective. Most of Vader's hallway scenes is shots of the rebels' reaction to Vader, not Vader himself.
Mm-hmm.
I love this though. Boom.
And then it looks.
X-Wings. And a U-Wing. So,
I'll be honest, I don't know how this plot line differs. Like, throws a wild card into what was already the plan.
so
Because it feels like they were already kind of focused on destroying the shield before he gets the information up to them that, like, hey, you need to destroy the shield so we can send the information.
yeah. So what happens? So right now they're kind of wanting to. They are trying to destroy the shield,
Yeah.
but it's kind of like a. Let's just say not almost like a B plot. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, if we could destroy the shield, that'd be super great.
Mm-hmm.
But it turns from a B plot to, hey, no, you need to destroy the shield. By the way, orange is the part of the AT-ACT that demonstrates its inferiority to the AT-AT.
Okay. Oh, look at that. The U-Wing just folded out. Why doesn't it do that in Squadron?
It does. When you take off, like, you start like this, and when you start the fight, you go like this.
When you boost?
Oh, no. No, you fly like that the whole time.
Really?
Yeah, in Squadrons, yeah, you fly like this. I main U-Wing, like I would know.
It does that?
Yeah. I main U-Wing in VR, so like I look out the window and I see...
I didn't know that they did that. I
Yep.
thought it was static.
No, it's kind of like that Y shape when it's open.
Yeah.
And it's like that, if you fight against a U-Wing in Squadrons, it'll be in that Y shape.
I never saw it in the Y shape when I was fighting it.
It's never in the U shape unless you get it literally when it's coming out of the hangar bay.
So that doesn't sound right at all.
We'll find out. We'll play Squadrons. I'll show you.
We'll have to, because
I've been meaning to play it because I've been stuck playing KOTOR 2 for the past while. I got out my HOTAS stuff and it was like so thick with dust I had to get like a wet rat, like a disinfectant rag to scrub it down. Chrome was there. He can validate.
it did happen.
Love this shot.
Yeah, no. All good. All good.
And I love how this shows, like, New Hope. they go against 5 TIE fighters to get away from the Death Star. And Leia's like, this was so easy. They had to let us go. And Han's like, you kidding me? And this is like 40 TIE fighters just like flying out of the hangar bay. And Leia's here. We have to remember that. Leia is here for this battle.
She's just hanging out.
She's just chilling. Chilling with Admiral Raddus.
Why is she hanging with Raddus?
She's in the Tantive 4.
But no, why is she hanging with Raddus?
The Tantive 4 is in the Profundities hangar bay.
Why?
There is a book on that. Basically, it was in repair at the time. It had a bad hyperdrive or something like that.
Okay.
And so it had dry docked with the Profundity before the battle, and Raddus like, let's go, and Leia, or no. So what happened was, it was being repaired. They moved it onto the Profundity because Organa said earlier he's sending Leia to go get Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
To bring him the message. So, she was there so that Raddus could take her to Tatooine.
Okay.
Raddus like, let's go to Scarif first.
He just decided to take a detour.
Well, he's the Admiral. He had to.
He wanted to.
Hey, without the Death Star plans, his message to Obi-Wan would be wasted. Those are all Easter eggs, or some of them are at least. Come on, man. Why'd you go around that anyway? Black Saber, that one's... That's her theme. He's got Imperial logos on him. He's okay. So what I love about this is, like, you watch this and you're like, and if you've watched all the Star Wars before this, you're thinking about how easy this would be if you had a lightsaber. But look at how much has to be lost because no one has a lightsaber. I love how he's always just one step away from losing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Gotta have my Imperial style collar up. TIE Reaper.
Yep.
The Cadillac of the Empire, as you've called it. Again, we've got X-Wings crashing. Oh gosh, look at that explosion.
Yeah. Would it be Star Wars without, a bottomless pit?
Love this. And then we're gonna get the Dies Irae, the Song of Death again. So good. And here we go. We got the death. And how much death is caused by those who aren't protected by the Force. Instant death. Death. Da na na na. Na na na. We've got Krennic being left-handed again. It just shows how unique Krennic is. So, what's great about this scene, it really demonstrates that Chirrut, he can't command the Force. I think that's the difference between like being Force adept and Force sensitive. He can hear the Force. The Force surrounds him and it protects him. Like we saw that guy lean out and instantly shot by Death Troopers. For some strange reason, Chirrut's able to walk directly through the line of fire. And just everything misses. Why? Because this movie is demonstrating plot armor is the Force. Because as soon as he does his job, the Force no longer protects him. And the plot armor is gone. He gets to his switch. He flips it. And now the plot armor is gone. Chirrut. Chirrut's gone. I love that Baze's mantra is the inverse, not the inverse, but the and is in a different place. So it's the Force is with me and I am one with the Force. Whereas Chirrut's is I am one with the Force and the Force is with me. So it starts on the opposite line. I don't know why I like that so much because it's not that big a deal, but I really like it. I was saying while you were gone, this movie demonstrates that the will of the Force is demonstrated as plot armor. So like we saw the guy lean out and instantly die. Yeah. But Chirrut can feel the Force. He can't command it, but he walks out. And the Force protects him the entire way there until he flips a switch. As soon as he does what the Force wants him to do, the plot armor's gone. He's dead.
Mind tossing me one of those bad boys?
The 7-Up?
Yeah.
You got it.
Thank you, Chief.
Rover coming over. This is Admiral Radis, Rogue One. We hear you. We have the plans. They found the Death Star plans. They have to transmit them from the communications tower. You have to take down the shielding. It's the only way to get them through. Call up a Hammerhead Corvette. I have an idea.
Oh boy, Radis, do you have an idea?
All of the strategies you use in Armada have been seen in Rogue One. And then he did his job. Plot armor's gone. Kreia would have a lot to say about this movie. Hating that the Force uses people and then doesn't care about them when their job is done. Rip Trudin, indeed. Now see, he's the one who didn't have plot armor because he didn't have anything to do.
Yeah.
He survived by his own skill alone. But he regained faith in the Force in the end of his life. Where he was... I don't know if you'd call him an agnostic or an atheist in the Star Wars universe for ceasing to believe in the Force. Now the Hammerhead Corvette, KOTOR reference for the win. This was the first live-action appearance of the ship featured in Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic in 2003. What a gem. Did you know that? That the
No.
Hammerheads are from KOTOR? Oh, that's what they're from. That was the Republic capital ships during the Old Republic era.
Nice.
So, there was a loud outcry from long-term EU fans when we saw that in Rogue One. Now, granted, they were already canon because of Star Wars Rebels, but we saw one in live action. He's like, pull up a Hammerhead Corvette, I have an idea. And everyone was like, what? What? I remember at the time, Dash was still doing Star Wars, and I was watching his coverage of all of this. Dude, he freaked out. It was so great. Now, see, they cut out the scene here where she has to face off a TIE fighter with a pistol.
Yeah.
I think that was a necessary decision. Like,
Yeah.
that didn't add to the plot. Look, orange again. Now, that's the one. The elevator is the one orange that I haven't, like, doesn't fit. This is great, though. Unless it's symbolizing that Krennic is the Empire's weakness.
Antenna aligned. Ready to transmit.
So Eckhart's Ladder has been really hung up on the difference between Imperial Star ISD 1s and ISD 2s. The main visible difference is the antenna. Look, left-handed. He was also left-handed when you were gone, but when they were climbing up.
Yeah.
I'm Janassa, daughter of Galen and Mira. You've lost.
Oh, I have I?
My father's revenge. He built a flaw in the Death Star. He put a fuse in the middle of your machine, and I've just told the entire galaxy how to light it.
The shield is up. Your signal will never reach the rebel base. All your ships in here will be destroyed. I lose nothing but time. You, on the other hand, die with the rebellion.
Look, he shot someone in the back who deserved it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good call out. Ah! You pointed out something I never noticed.
Watch out, stream. I know what I'm talking about.
We're starting the end suite. Your father would be proud.
Admiral, receiving transmission from Scarif.
Oh! Is that unexpected? It's not.
It's not unexpected. It's more like it worked.
It worked.
They're still alive down there.
Look at that funny looking guy.
He's a skinny Monkal.
I'm into it. Give us more Moncall that don't just look like Akbar.
Radis looks different.
He's just darker.
He's stubbier too.
Emerging from hyperspace.
Oh look! And now the Death Star's right side up.
Mm-hmm.
Tarkin's in control.
Sir, shall I
Uh-oh.
Lord Vader will handle
Uh-oh.
the base of Scarif. Single reactor ignition. Yes, sir. My file when ready.
Calm, collected, dignified. But now we don't have the Song of Death. We have this serene, resigned piece of music. Because Michael Giacchino is a genius.
Rogue One. May the Force be with you.
This thing's Akbar has an elongated head, whereas Radis is stumpier.
All ships prepare for jump to hyperspace.
Okay.
But love that. And the tragedy of the music. There's just this finality.
Mm-hmm.
The Empire is so strong. Like, how is the question? And there's the sacrifice.
Father would have been proud of you, Jin. The rebel flagship is disabled, my lord, but has received transmissions from the surface. Prepare a boarding party. Yes, my lord.
We're not going to comment through this last portion because we just want to watch it, and we think you should too. We'll comment after.
Let's go! We gotta go now!
So it's interesting. Actually, I do want to comment one thing. The door opens when Vader gets there. Vader's holding that door closed with the Force the whole time.
Oh, okay. Have you seen the fan animation of Obi-Wan and Darth Vader's fight?
He no longer needs the door closed.
Mm-hmm.
That was Gareth Edwards. He's the man who pulled the lever.
But did you ever see the animation, the fan animation of Obi-Wan and Darth Vader's fight?
I feel like I've seen one of them. I think there's several.
Okay. I feel like they did a phenomenal job with the choreography for Vader in that hallway right now that I don't think anyone else has fully understood.
Okay.
Like, I think everyone else who tries to animate Vader does it a little too flashy, and Vader has these very
It's almost effortless brutality.
effortless and efficient is the word I want to say. It's crude.
Yeah.
There's almost a crudeness to it just
Yeah.
because like it's not.
Well, that's why I say effortless brutality. Because it is crude. But it's just this overpowering. But it's not like he's not Kylo Ren. He's just, his body is vertical the whole time. He's not leaning into his strikes. He's just like, nope, whatever.
And it plays very well into how he moves in the,
And see,
the
but-
original trilogy. And
Yeah.
it's difficult to make the fight scenes, the way he moves in the original trilogy,
Yeah.
look cool.
Yeah.
With the modern cinematography, and I feel like they knocked it out of the park here. Like
Oh, yeah.
they figured it out. They do that, and I feel like
And when I think about, this scene regarding his duel with Obi-Wan, what it demonstrates is that he was holding back with Obi-Wan.
yeah,
And I like that idea that, hey, yeah, Vader could have instantly demolished Obi-Wan. And then at the same time, the same can be said about Obi-Wan with his duel with Maul.
yeah.
Both of them held back because of their emotional attachments to the other.
It leads only to the dark side.
No, because the Sith believe that compassion and attachment lead to the light, and the Jedi believe that attachment leads to the dark. So we've got both sides saying that the same thing leads to the other side.
They both lead to somewhere in the middle, and what you get is well, I was gonna say Samuel L. Jackson, but Revan works too.
No, Revan works way better. Revan
What,
was the Jedi
Revan?
who understood balance because he was Jedi and Sith, and so he's like, hey, the Jedi told me not to get married.
I don't know.
Then the Sith told me not to get married. Maybe I should get married. That was Revan's
maybe Vader figured that out.
Well,
It's not the point of Vader's arc.
See, well, no, but the thing is, Revan didn't hide.
Yes.
Revan stood against. Revan was Anakin with a little more confidence, not arrogance,
Not arrogance.
but assuredness.
Mm.
No, so, man, what I love also about that, oh gosh, so Ian, my the guy who did the concept art that I told you about, he has a big problem with the end of Rogue One because Leia is smiling when she says hope and she gets the message. It's yeah, that was a really traumatic battle.
Why would she be smiling?
Why are you smiling right now? There should be a little bit more. It was just a little too meta, I think, for him. I've seen kind of both sides of the argument, but I did because he hated the whole ending scene. I explained to him why I liked the Vader scene. Or rather, I explained to my uncle. He explained to him. And I did convince Ian McCaig that the Vader scene was actually pretty good. So I feel great about that. Part of it, everything I talked about was in my Why the Hallway Scenes Are Deeper Than You Think video. So check that out if you haven't seen it. But chances
Link
are...
in the description.
Chances are everyone
It's not
who's in the
description,
stream
He forgot.
has seen that video because it's only my dedicated fans who actually watch me on the live stream. I love that retcon of Vader Obi-Wan fight, says Jose. Bill says, I love SC38 and Vader's the monster, and everyone in the room is cannon fodder. There and Eric says they're a trailer for Clone Wars Anakin versus Obi-Wan. I don't know. Jose also says, why wouldn't Leia smile? The battle was worth it, and wasn't just a sense of bloodbath. Yeah, and so that's the other side of the argument. Was the battle was worth it. Smile. But I do think that even the battle being worth it, like...
It was a fairly grim battle.
It was a very grim battle. She saw a lot of people die. I mean...
Raddus, he's gone.
Raddus, the greatest admiral in Star Wars Armada, other than Dodonna. Raddus is great. Because if you don't know, with Admiral Raddus, if you play Star Wars Armada, every commander has a special ability, and you can only take one commander, but you have to take a commander. So Raddus's special ability is that you can pull a ship in from hyperspace mid-battle. And so we put him on a small ship and pulled in the Profundity, because the Profundity special ability is you can hold a small ship in the Profundity's hangar bay, so you can deploy that at any point you want. So he would pull, or I built the list for him, but what you did was
We do need to look at the rules
to see if it is if their round separates the pull in and the deployment. Yeah. The problem is not a lot of people actually do that strategy where you do 2 pull-ins in a row. So that isn't in any of the errata.
We need to ask around.
I know.
It's a good question.
Because it's a great strategy. I love that strategy. You start with 2 small ships.
It's a terrible strategy, and it's wonderful because of it.
The Rebel Alliance is filled with these just fun all-or-nothing strategies like that. I'm going to hit the restroom but I want you, in the meantime, to start briefing chat with your notes and maybe some of your closing thoughts after having... That's just my headphones, and I already unplugged them.
Should I talk about the things I liked? Or do you want to be
I
there?
want to hear what the things you liked were. So start with the things that, maybe even the questions you started with, and see if you're closer to answering any of them.
Well, I think, our good friend Lorestar definitely gave answers towards whether Cassian's background mattered. I was really mad when comms going down was the reason why Galen got killed. Stop that, droid. Be gone with you. That's what Yoda does. There's just a ton of easy questions. And I'll be fair, I think I got more of an inkling on what Jin's motivation was throughout the movie. I think...
Did you turn off R6?
No, I didn't. I just whacked him with my pen, much as
Yoda would do with R2.
Yeah, you know, he's like, mine. Yeah, exactly.
I've used that in a clip or
That's,
two.
that's
or in a video.
exactly the attitude I was going with.
Oh no! Poor R6. He didn't do anything to anybody except maybe interrupt our movie a few times.
So Galen's relationship with Jin.
Okay.
I'm not denying that there was a relationship.
Okay.
Like, there were plenty of times where, you know, it establishes that he is a loving father and he
Right.
cares for her.
And promised to always protect her.
And promised to always protect her.
Even when it looked like he didn't.
I wish that we had fewer redundant scenes of him saying, I love you and I'll always protect you. And either in the first scene or in the flashback scene, that in either of those.
No,
I'm
I'll
not
compromise with you and say that of the two,
saying,
here's what I'll say. I'm seeing your side right now.
yeah.
If they had taken that out of the initial scene, the opening scene,
Yeah.
it would have made a lot more sense for Jin's callousness to the audience.
Yeah.
And then when the flashback comes in of, I'll always love you and protect you,
Okay.
then get the end, or of his arc.
Yeah.
I think that could have worked really well. I'll
Yeah.
agree with you in that. I'll say that the flashback, I think, was perfect.
Okay.
And I'll say that the message was fine. It did what it needed to do. And his last moments were perfect.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to change one of them and get more from him, or even take that away so that Jin has more of a reason to be calloused, and not more of a reason in character, but the audience understands why she's kind of callous, reserved, and closed off, maybe don't show that in the opening scene.
Yeah.
And reveal later how much he loved her.
I wish there was a moment where it wasn't just Galen saying, I love you, I'll always protect you, Stardust. I want a scene of him being like, I am being a father figure to you. I am teaching you something. Or having a bonding moment that isn't just me saying, I love you. That's all I wanted out of Galen. I wanted something other than him just saying, I love you.
Yeah.
Which is every scene that we get with Galen.
No, it is. And for me, that adds potency. Part of that is I'm a parent, and so I'm a sucker for those parent-child tragedy arcs.
No, I think it's a great arc.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good idea. I just want something more to
Sure.
attach me to Galen,
Okay.
because I don't know him.
Okay.
I know that he put a hole in the Death Star, and I know that he loves his daughter. I want to know more about him, and I want to care about him. I want to know that, oh, he's don't tie your shoes like that. Tie your shoes like this. I'm an engineer, and I know the best way to tie. Something stupid like that. I would have something, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
super important, but just something that kind of reflects his character. And
Sure. I think that stuff that takes a very creative and out-of-the-box mind to come up with something like that, but I don't deny that it would have been better.
yeah.
Okay.
I think...
What
I think
you said when I was out there, I could overhear you.
Yeah.
That Jin's arc had more to it than you thought it did. Why don't you talk about that?
I just felt...
What did you originally think Jin's arc was lacking, and
Previously...
how did your experience tonight inform your view of Jin's arc, contrasting to what you originally thought?
I think you highlighted some problems that I had. Previously, I just thought, oh, Jin is a heroic person who is a bit jaded.
Mm-hmm. Which is not untrue.
It's not untrue, but I didn't feel like there was a whole lot more, oh, she cares about her dad, kind of.
Kind of.
She has a complicated relationship with her father. Okay.
Right.
And, you know, you highlighted some scenes that hint that there is something more.
Yeah.
I wish that there was
Rogue One is a lot of hinting.
I just want more than hinting. I just want more than hinting.
I can't argue that. I wish everyone could see on their first viewing of Rogue One what I see on my 13th viewing. I think that's kind of...
I think that's
a fair request.
that is a more than fair request.
Now, granted, if you go on your 13th viewing, you will probably see what I see. The problem is I can't show someone once and them get as much out of it as I do.
I think my easy questions, why are there close-ups of Tarkin? They were just trying to, like, show off the technology.
They were trying to show off the technology and innovate the technology because that was Lucas's, like, a lot of people give flack for the prequels because of all the CG.
Deserves it.
But Lucas's goal was never to make... I mean, it was eventually to make something that looked realistic, but that wasn't really his goal. It wasn't to make what would look the best. His goal was to push technology forward and to have his movies be an excuse to try new technologies. So with, the prequels, it was that kind of practical effects which no one had done before. And then everyone had done it, 30 years later when he did the prequels. He's like, it's not new anymore. I've got to try something new. No one's ever done CG to this level before. And so he did that. And so that was like his whole deal. And so people give crap for the prequels for not looking as good as the originals because of all the CG. But that wasn't his goal, was to make it look better. It was to say, let's advance technology. And so this, with the deepfakes and Rogue One, or not Rogue One, Mandalorian.
They're not deepfakes, just by the way.
I know, but the CG, the completely CG photorealistic, it ends up being Uncanny Valley. But the attempt at photorealistic CG characters was groundbreaking. Yeah, never been done before. Now, whether it was done perfectly or not isn't the question.
I think here's my problem with it is that they use the technology, and in some instances, I'm like, this is perfect. When Tarkin is looking into the window and he sees and you see his reflection through the window, I'm like, that's perfect. When you see his silhouette and he's talking to Krennic, it's perfect.
Right.
And then they do close-ups on him, and I'm like, oh!
Again, it was an attempt to push technology forward, which is the spirit of George Lucas, and it's the same with Mando and the volume.
But the close-ups...
I mean, the volume was good from the first time we saw it, but the CGI imported dead actors or elderly actors, because Carrie Fisher died like 2 weeks after Rogue One aired. Right? A year after?
Year after.
A year after?
It was much later.
I thought she died in 2016. Hey, Google. What year did Carrie Fisher die?
Carrie Fisher died on December 27, 2016.
2016?
Would you like to hear more?
That was like 2 weeks after. Hey, Google.
Sorry,
What year did Rogue One release?
In the United States of America, Rogue One, a Star Wars story, came out on December 16, 2016.
See? 2 weeks later.
Okay.
So, I remember that. Thank you, Google.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Pardon me.
Thank you.
Your phone's in airplane mode, so I can't help you with that at the moment.
My phone is my camera, and she's in airplane mode, so that's why I'm getting 2 Google responses. Sorry about that. No, so Carrie Fisher died about 2 weeks after Rogue One came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that was the case. But in any case, the point being, she wasn't dead when it came out, so it wasn't yet offensive. But because I remember the fan outcry of "Don't CG her in the sequels."
Yeah.
But like with so Carrie Fisher was de-aged,
Yeah.
and then Tarkin was brought back to life from
I think my problem is that Tarkin is used. He's brought so up in center, and we're forced to look upon him. And I
Yeah.
think good camera work. The problem is that they show good camera work, and they show like
right.
what they could have done, where they would be using the exact same technology, but they're not showing its weaknesses.
And I agree that would have looked better.
Yeah.
I agree that would have looked better. I'm just saying that I don't know if that was as much in spirit with George Lucas's like his MO. That wasn't what he did. Now, the thing about Disney Star Wars isn't necessarily do we do what George Lucas did, or do we just try to expand on his legacy in the story rather than in the film field of technology. Excuse me. Got a little hiccups. So with Rogue One, it pushed technology forward. And you have a controversial opinion, actually. And I told you it was controversial earlier. That you thought that Luke in Mandalorian Season 2 was
Fine. Yeah.
deepfake done right.
It's fine. Yeah. I have no problems with it.
Yep. And I actually, I'm
Like it's a little. Do I think it's perfect? No, but I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Like I think Tarkin is far more egregious.
I knew you were going to say the word egregious, and I don't know how.
I think Tarkin is flaunted at you.
Yeah.
In a way that Luke isn't.
Well, and I'm inclined to agree with you. I didn't know Luke was a CGI insert until later. I legitimately thought, and you were on the stream, you remember?
Yeah.
I legitimately thought it was Sebastian Stan, or
with a deep fake over top of him.
kind
or something.
of, yeah. And so, and when
you knew something was off.
like,
But
yeah, but I thought it was a different actor because it looked like Sebastian Shawn. I don't remember his name. Winter Soldier. It wasn't him. But I do think that the deep fake was kind of a middle ground between Mark Hamill and Sebastian Stan. Because I think that they are preparing to hire Sebastian to play Luke in future material. If that's the case, Sebastian said he's not aware of it. But I think that very well could be the case, that they are preparing for that to be the case, preparing for Sebastian to take that role. I don't know. Sebastian doesn't know, but like the deepfake didn't just look like young Luke like young Leia did.
Yeah.
Like Carrie Fisher just looked like young Leia. But Luke was a little different.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it looked more fake. I just think it looked like a slightly different actor.
Other controversial opinion. I'm totally fine with the Leia in this. Like,
Yeah, that's a very controversial opinion.
I don't like Tarkin, but I'm fine with Leia.
And see, I'm of the opposite opinion, where I liked Tarkin better than Leia. Leia looked a little too plastic for me.
Tarkin looks
Rubber.
the entire time. Whatever. Okay.
Leia looks plastic. Tarkin looks rubber.
More.
No arguments here.
More of my questions.
Hold on, I think we got a couple comments since then. All right, Big Z, time for the big question. Are we going to do a TLJ watching? Oh, please don't make me go through that, Eric. Please.
I'll watch TLJ.
Oh, no.
I view Last Jedi. I have very similar opinions to The Last Jedi as I do Rogue One. Where I think there are good ideas buried in it
Okay.
that
No,
are
I can
poorly
read that.
executed.
I can agree with that, but I think there's also a very fundamentally and terribly bad idea in Last Jedi.
Sure.
Whereas I don't think Rogue One has any bad ideas.
Borg Gullet.
Okay, tell me that the Borg Gullet is as crucial and influential to the Star Wars universe as a whole as Luke Skywalker. Tell me that right now. Tell me that it means as much.
We'll find out if you are telling the truth.
No, it's
I will know
Borg Gullet can feel your lies. Borg Gullet will know the truth.
Borg Gullet will know the truth. See, yeah, no,
So no, but like, yeah, sure.
I'm glad we're in agreement on Borg Gullet.
We're in
We can
agreement on
cross-
Borg Gullet.
we can- I will give that one a happy star.
Yeah, no, Borg Gullet, I will give you the win for the skeptic. But with Luke, like, Luke is crucial. And they just fundamentally... You can take out the Borg Gullet scene, right? Take it out. The Star Wars
Okay.
universe doesn't change.
Let's not talk about Last Jedi too much. I have my opinions on it. We'll get to it later.
Fine.
We are talking about Rogue One. I won't harass.
Eric did say that TLJ is just 100 Borg Gullet moments, one after another. Lies! Deception!
No.
So, okay, so here's what I'll say about Last Jedi. It has some of my favorite shots in Star Wars. The shot, okay, hear me out. The shot of Poe flying his X-Wing solo before the stupid bombers show up against the Dreadnought is one of my favorite fighter scenes in Star Wars.
Okay, no. Here's what I'll throw out.
Okay.
Last Jedi,
Yeah.
the concept of at what point is a victory
Oh, yeah.
for Poe, I
Yeah.
think is a brilliant idea
Yeah.
that is horribly executed. Like,
Dreadfully.
dreadfully executed.
Because they surrounded that
They
moral
surrounded-
quandary in identity politics.
Well, and then it turns into follow orders because I gave them to,
Right.
and then at which point we're at
Stormtrooper level.
Rogue One's criticism of rebellion,
Well, that's what I
which is at
That
least
was-
Rogue One understands
Right.
like we are a rebellion, and I don't
Questioning
think...
orders is part of what we do.
Yes,
And that was a great irony is that this movie came out 1 year before The Last Jedi.
yeah,
And then The Last Jedi comes out and says, no, Poe's the bad guy because he questioned orders. It's like, wait, didn't you just tell us a year ago that questioning orders, even if the orders come from the good guys, is like what you're supposed to do?
yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Like,
It was
See-
weird
see-
timing.
so like you understand
Oh,
what
yeah.
I mean with like
Great concept.
I like some of the ideas brought up.
Oh,
in
sure.
Last
I
Jedi.
love some of the ideas brought up in The Last Jedi. I think that Poe's arc was horribly executed to the point where it's now offensive instead of
Mhm.
compelling. But, like, the vague concept behind it is great. I think that even Luke's arc, or not Luke's arc, but the idea of the Jedi who lost their way is great. The problem is that just it was Luke.
Yeah,
And
like,
Luke is the eternal hope, the embodiment of hopefulness.
like I don't like that he lost hope, but I do.
I like that idea,
Yeah,
but not with Luke.
yeah.
Give it to anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
I could see Yoda doing that before I could see Luke doing that.
I like the idea of like, you know, it was kind of poetic that Luke won the battle without actually drawing a laser. I don't know.
I actually, controversial opinion, I do like that as well.
Yeah. Yeah. But whatever.
That's not the point.
We'll watch Last Jedi at some point, and we'll all cry.
Okay,
and
but you'd rather us play Armada first, right, chat?
100%. I
Please?
want to play Armada before we watch Last Jedi.
We haven't played Armada in like 2 or 3 months, and I've had these 2 Star Destroyers sitting in their packaging that whole time.
Okay, more easy questions. So we did the close-ups on Tarkin. we kind of came up. I'll give it a squiggly line because you seem to like to defend it.
Which one?
The
Cheap Tarkin?
close-ups on Tarkin.
Okay, yeah.
It's not that Tarkin is in there. It's that there are close-ups of Tarkin.
Right. And I defend
which
it from
you do defend it, so
I defend it from
the
a
technology standpoint.
a pushing technology forward standpoint.
Yeah.
Not from what it has.
Okay.
Although I will say that I think that having it be reflection shadows only would make it very clear and obvious to the audience what they're doing, which may break immersion.
Maybe. I haven't seen that film though, so who knows? I'm not saying that that's the way it had to be done, but that is just me trying to put out a solution instead of just pointing out a problem, which I think is better.
Well, Callie, didn't I ask earlier what Kreia would say about Rogue One, since every character dies once their purpose is fulfilled? Like, the Force is the plot armor, so once they do what they do, the Force is like, yeah, screw you. Like, isn't that Kreia's whole deal? Like, Callie, respond to that. But,
Okay, easy question.
okay.
Mos Eisley guys, are we in?
It was just fan service.
Okay,
It
I'll
was
give
just
that
fan
one
service.
another happy star because
You win.
um
You win with Mos Eisley guys who are wanted in 12 systems.
same deal with I wrote down those guys, but I didn't write down C-3PO and R2-D2.
And that one I think is worse.
I think that one's also up there.
Because here's the thing. Them being there, yeah, sure, you could say, hey, they were on their way to the spaceport and they left before the Death Star blew up. 3PO and R2 should have been in orbit by the time everyone was taking off.
Yeah, but I feel like bringing that up is kind of like a low blow. Like, that's an easy punt. That's far easier than anything else. Like, I know 100% where we stand on that.
Oh.
So
Yeah, but like I mean I brought that up because I brought that up in a video with I think it was watching Rogue One and A New Hope back to back, that hey, 3PO and R2 shouldn't be on the ground at at Yavin when everyone else is going to Scarif, because they should be with the people going to Scarif.
okay. Excluding the scene where Cassian tells Jin, well, excluding the scene where Cassian explodes on Jin,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe Jin explodes on him.
They both explode on each other.
They both have an emotional, explosion. Excluding that, can you point to? I don't feel like they ever had a conversation with each other that wasn't about what is happening next.
That's a hard metric to...
I'm not saying that as like. I just feel like
I think that each conversation they have includes both elements of what's happening next, as well as who they both are. So, like, for instance, their first individual conversation one-on-one is about the fact that Jin has a blaster, right?
mm-hmm.
Where's my blaster? Here it is.
Find your blaster.
Here it is. So, the fact that Jin has a blaster, right?
Yeah.
So, like, the conversation is both like, hey, where we're going, Jedda's a war zone, whatever. But it's also like, I know how to use it. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Because there's the element of distrust. So it is communicating other things.
There is personality.
There
interjected
are
to it.
things being communicated that aren't just what we're doing and where we're going.
You know what? I will give you a moon
A moon...
of approval.
Now, how does the moon... between the squiggly and the star... Where does the moon stand?
I think the moon is. I think you've won that.
Okay.
Like I'm not happy with it, but we have approval. I think, the squiggly is agree to disagree.
I'll take that.
And star is we have come to agreement that maybe that wasn't a.
That you were right.
We've come to an agreement on it.
Sure.
You know, not that I was right, but we've come
Okay.
to agreement.
Okay. So stars and moons.
I couldn't think of what else to put on, so I was like, oh, I'll do a moon.
And by the way, real quick before you get into your next question, they said that Armada stream yes, TLJ stream no.
TLJ stream, no. Okay, we'll do a Kill Team stream instead.
And
Uh-oh, can't say that. I think that's another channel.
what?
Kill Team stream.
Oh, is it really?
I think so. I think I've heard that.
By the way, Bill wanted to know what commanders are in Armada, and the answer is almost all of them. Name a commander, they're probably in Armada. So my favorite is Thrawn, but my second favorite is probably Tarkin.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, Tarkin's expensive, but he gave me lots of tokens.
So is Thrawn.
Thrawn's not quite as expensive as Tarkin.
I hate both of them. Actually, no, I hate the one guy who allows
Yularen!
Is Yularen the one that lets you to, like, bank the tokens? Or,
No.
No, it's not bank. It's like, oh, I spend the token, but I don't.
that's Yularen.
And so suddenly...
No,
you're
Yularen's not a
sitting-
commander. Yularen is an officer. So I can have an officer per ship, pretty much. But he only works on that one ship. He doesn't work like commanders work across the whole fleet. And so Yularen, whenever that ship spends a token, and those tokens can be like, hey, I get to re-roll a die, or I get to add a speed to my dial, or it's
Okay.
weird board game stuff. Now,
I'm gonna...
every time I spend a token, Yularen's like, you spend a token, you get to get the token back.
Yularen is my least favorite part about fighting Imperials.
You have one like that.
Why don't I get to play with it?
I might not have that card,
That's fair.
but there is a rebel who does basically the same thing.
Yularen is by far the most infuriating part of playing against you because you are always full on resources, and here I am scrapping together.
Well, so no,
Admittedly, it feels very rebel to
Right.
be like, oh, here's a guy with a diamond bind, and, you know, I'm running the hobo economy over here,
part of
pickpocketing my friends, seeing what they've got.
it is the builds that I've given you is I give you fun builds like Radis plus Leia plus
They are fun.
right. Whereas I like everything in my builds are all about tokens and dials. Like everything, and honestly, dude, I now have, and you're gonna hate me
Mm-hmm.
because I've got Yularen, but I also have Eli Vanto, who does something very similar to Yularen.
I want you to think about how I play why Admech is my favorite, where every single turn isn't a gamble. There is no gamble when I play Admech. It is I know this will happen
It's a
this turn.
methodology.
I know this will happen the next turn, and the third turn.
So what you're saying is
Your
we need
game
to
is
switch so
over.
that you play as the Empire and I play as the Rebellion.
Maybe.
But
Maybe
here's the
one
thing:
time.
you beat me as playing as the Rebellion. You've beat me. Here's the thing.
I've won as the Rebellion every single time.
Every single
this is
time.
true.
But I have so much fun playing as the Empire, and I really don't want to play without Star Destroyers.
Exactly.
I really
Like,
don't.
Like I'm happy. I was so happy for you once you like bought the Star Destroyer and put it on the field.
Because we started playing, and I had a
You had the starter
victory.
kit.
I had a victory Star Destroyer, and I had the interdictor.
Mm-hmm. But it's not the same thing as an
No.
Imperial Star Destroyer.
And I had to balance it out, so I got you the home one. At first, dude, the home
a
one.
masterpiece.
Now the profundity is fun. Now MC75 versus MC80. MC75 or MC80 wins every time. But the profundity card, like, cause so each ship, there's a ship, and then you can put titles on it to make it a specific ship.
I think there's an argument. Like, I could very well see myself taking
The MC75 is an
70
all-rounder.
I think I could very well see myself preferring the 75 over the 80.
But the 80 gave you, remember, you could roll like 12 dice at once.
It could, I think.
I mean,
There is-
he could
there
roll
is a-
12 dice
there
for his
is a-
attacks on his broadsides.
There is
if
a
he,
discomfort with it.
there is. The 75 was a workhorse,
Yeah,
but the 80 was a hard hitter.
yeah.
But the Profundity has that ability that it can hold something in the hangar bay and pop it out mid-battle. And if you're close to me and you pull out a hammerhead that has the ramming ability that
Okay.
you can ram me and not do damage to yourself, it was a hard time. Okay, so
We're getting off track.
no, it's
Let's
okay.
let's answer chat, and I'll ask another question.
Okay, so chat says, 1, play Armada. 2, Luke's arc in TLJ works for Han because it goes against everything Luke stood for, but that'll happen off screen. Let's see. Whenever I hear Galen call Jin Stardust, I think of Ziggy Stardust. Okay. And I think a 3-part sequel live stream would be fun. At least we'll be able to make fun of them together. You know, I'm inclined to agree. The thing is, we are going to be reacting to Bad Batch together.
Oh, you didn't tell me that.
Well, now I have.
When's Bad Batch come out?
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you.
That's the idea. So we'll be reacting to Bad Batch. That'll be fun. I have not mixed feelings. I have medium expectations for Bad Batch. I could see it being phenomenal. I could also see it being slightly above average.
Okay.
So
Couldn't
we'll see.
see it being, below average.
No,
I don't want to like say that the beloved Bad Batch are cursed. I'm just saying, like,
I don't know if Bad Batch
anything's
are.
possible. I don't know anything about this Bad Batch. It's been like 10 years since I've seen the Star Wars cartoon.
So you haven't seen Bad Batch?
I've never witnessed the Bad Batch.
They were in season 7 of the Clone Wars, which came out last year.
Definitely did not see them.
You got to watch it. It's just 4 episodes for their arc. So you got to watch it. No, you got to watch it to prepare for when we watch the series. You got to watch it.
Maybe I just want to watch some episodes with the fun bounty hunter guy who wears the fun hat and he's blue.
Cad Bane? I
Yeah.
miss Cad Bane, man.
Maybe I just want to watch those episodes.
Dude, those are the best episodes of Clone Wars.
See?
10 out of 10.
See, I know what I'm talking about. I've seen a few episodes of Clone Wars. It
Cad
was a
Bane is
long
my
time
favorite.
ago.
Cad Bane is my favorite character from the animated. All
I
right,
might know. Okay.
go ahead. R6 is
Do we
getting
have an
irritated.
answer for why Baze and Chirrut leave Yavin 4 with Jin and Cassian? I guess here's what I will say. Do you think it matters? Because if you think it doesn't matter, like, I think that's totally fine.
I think that Chirrut is very clearly someone who always wants to do the right thing.
Okay.
Um,
He's the kind of guy who's, much like Raditz, is like, I don't need any more reason. We're going in now.
Kinda, yeah.
While
so
the
like,
rest of the rebellion's like, bah,
so
I
like,
don't know what's happening.
right. So like, he, because it is conveyed in the U-wing, that Chirrut believes Jin.
Yeah.
And so when she speaks before the rebellion and no one believes her, he does believe her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of just that. It's almost just like he does it because he believes her.
You know
And so
what?
I'm going to say, 1, yes, there's a reason. 2, no, it doesn't matter.
I'll give it a star. Thinking back on it, I think it could have. I think
It
The
could have
reason-
explained more.
the reason why I wrote that question is that I think if they had given an answer to that question, it would have added to the movie.
Yeah, I agree.
But honestly, watching it again, I don't think it needed it.
There's a lot to this movie that would have added, but wasn't
Yeah.
needed.
Jin's motivation. She is battling a feeling of abandonment.
Mm-hmm.
She learns that the Papa loves her and cares about her and is protecting her, and is also the guy who put a big ol' plot hole in episode 4 and allowed them to do the thing.
Yep. Was there a question in there?
I don't know. I feel like
Jin's motivation at the beginning is
she didn't care. She's loose and wild. I'm
Yeah.
fine. I'm fine with where she is at the beginning. It's like
she's just like,
her,
you guys captured me.
I think it's her progression. It is the progression she goes through to get to the speech.
So, and I think that is a 3 moment arc.
You know,
So
I think
it starts with her not caring, right? She is only
that's
doing
where-
this with them because
that's what she began with. That's not a part.
that's her opening,
That's her opening.
right?
Okay.
So,
And she meets Saw.
well, no, but I have to go through all of it. She's only doing this because her motivation is they'll let her go, and she won't be turned back to the Empire,
Mm-hmm.
right? Whatever. I'll go through the motions with you.
Okay.
And even when she goes to Saw, she's like, I don't know. I'm just doing this because they told me to. I guess they thought that by me coming here, they'd be cool with you. Like, you'd be cool with them meeting with you. But I know you well enough to know that's not true. But
Yeah.
whatever. I'm just doing my part.
And like
Then
that
she gets
whole
the message from her dad.
conversation.
And it's like, oh. We've already established the flashback that she's tried to repress the memory of her dad being a caring person.
Slight complaint. This is the 3rd time that Galen says that he loves and will protect his daughter. I am sick and tired of hearing him say that. I
think
just want him to say something else. I want to
think-
know him.
I think she
I think
needs
he's
to
fine
hear
to
it
say
that many times.
I think he's fine to say that in that message. I just don't want it to be the 3rd time I've heard that.
Well, we
in
already
the movie.
established that maybe if he hadn't said at the beginning, that'd be fine. But I think she needed to hear it that many times. But point is, she remembered in a flashback, but it's clear that she's telling herself that that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
And then she sees the message, something sent recently, and he still can only think about her.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when she breaks down. And so then her motivation becomes find Papa. And so, we're going to Edu. Is that where my father is? Like, all of a sudden, that's her motivation.
Mm-hmm.
And it is sudden, and it is all happening unspokenly. But it is there. And then her dad dies. And, she has a brief moment of, you killed him.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, the transformation from you killed him, rebels. Because, yeah, here's what I'll say about that. I don't think it was inappropriate for her to get mad at Cassian.
Okay.
What I think was wrong was she gets back to Yavin,
Yeah.
and she's not mad at the Rebel Council.
Okay. Yeah. No, that is really who's at fault in
Right.
that scene.
Right. Because I think that it would make sense for her to be like, hey, you're Rebel secret, special intelligence.
Mhm.
You would have known that this was going to happen, or at least was a possibility. And you led us here telling me that everything was going to be fine. And then, yeah, sure, he could explain it or even defend himself and whatever. And it happened the way it happened. The problem is she gets to Yavin and doesn't then say, hey, you guys sent X-Wings to Edu.
Yeah.
Instead, she tries to rally everyone, but her goal
really
at that point,
she really had a chance to call out that scummy dude.
oh yeah, General
Scummy dude.
Racklew or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't remember his actual name.
He should have been blown up, not Radis.
And so
Radis was a real one.
Radis
Took
is
one
champ.
for the team.
Radis is champ. But her motives at that point is to like complete her father's last wish. I dedicated my life to making this thing beatable. Please tell them how to beat it. That's her motive at the end.
I'm gonna throw a hypothetical at you.
Okay.
This is very grim hypothetical.
Uh-oh.
The government.
The Empire?
No, our government.
Oh, no.
Kills your father in front of you.
Okay.
Horrific, I know. But in his dying breath, he says, I have plans to destroy the moon. Give it to China.
Okay. Wait, no.
No, that
No, because the government that killed him is the same government he wants the plans to go to.
okay.
So he gets blown up by our government,
He gets
and
blown
then he
up by
says,
government.
give our plans to our government.
Give our plans to.
Or you could say
Okay.
China killed him, give our plans to China. Give the plans
Yeah,
to
I
China.
guess. Your father is he's taken to Guantanamo Bay. This is getting too complicated. Never mind. I'm realizing that any metaphor I try to bring up is far too complicated.
Have some chips.
I'm gonna have I'll have one chip.
So, I
think it's a little much.
I don't think it's a little much, but I think it is. I think there's stuff that could have been added, but again, I think that Rogue One should have just been a half hour longer. Like, I mean, not should have been, but would have been perfect if it were a half hour longer. Oh no, my phone is dead.
Uh-oh.
So we're gonna do chat because,
Unplug the red lights. We're free of you.
I have to hear what you have to say. Where did I put the cable?
Do you want to know? I saved my hardest question for last.
Oh no, did you not say it at the beginning?
No,
Am I not
absolutely
preparing
not.
for this?
Who is Bodhi?
Oh no. Don't ask me that. Don't ask me that. I don't want to answer that. It's a bad question. I'm moving on.
Why is Bodhi a rebel?
Because he's brave enough and he follows what's in his heart.
How does Bodhi know Galen?
They're both Imperials, and Bodhi brought...
Does all of the Imperial
okay.
know each other?
So I actually do have an answer for that one. Bodhi's job was to bring Kyber crystals from Jeddah to Edu.
Okay.
Who is Bodhi?
Who is he?
Bodhi is, we prepped by talking a lot throughout the day, but usually our conversations ended with, oh, I want to save that for the stream. I don't want you to have to hear it twice.
This was the one question that I never brought up.
This never, and not only that, I conceded a lot that like Chirrut and Baze lacked full development.
Yeah.
Never
They're
once,
actually in my good section.
never once did I dare
Think
to
about
acknowledge the
You just-
pilot.
You kept calling him the pilot all day long, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I have something written down about him, but I'll have to see my notebook. Here it is.
Who's Bodhi?
I even wrote him down because I think I watched it with subtitles, so I got to see his name.
Bodhi Rook. with an H. I think it's Bodhi.
Yeah, I wrote it incorrectly as Bohdi.
It might be.
But I know that was
Okay.
wrong because I just
I mean, we watched the subtitles tonight too.
No, we didn't.
Are you sure?
I was watching. There were no subtitles.
I've seen this movie enough times I don't need to read the subtitles. But I know all the lines.
I was looking for the names, so I knew how to spell Saw.
Bodhi. No, Saw is like S-A-W. Like it's like a saw.
I was really hoping for SAU.
No, Saw
Like
Gerrera.
Saul without the L.
Saw Gerrera was introduced in season 4 or 5 of the Clone Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's interesting. You were commenting on the shots for them, like throwing the bombs, blowing up the tanks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those shots were ripped directly from the Clone Wars,
Nice.
with them fighting against the Separatists,
Rad.
and Anakin taught them how.
Oh, just like the CIA.
The cool thing is, remember, Anakin became Vader.
Oh,
Saw
no.
is the rebel Vader.
Thank you, Saw. I appreciate your character.
Oh gosh. The more time has gone on since Saw was introduced as a rebel, the more I really like him as a rebel. Because, I guess technically he was introduced in Rebels. So the first time we saw Saw as a rebel was a trailer for Rogue One. And then a couple weeks before Rogue One came out, he was in a few episodes of Star Wars Rebels.
Mm-hmm.
I did not like him in Star Wars Rebels. I really liked him in Rogue One. I really liked him in Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Oh my gosh. And he's going to be in Bad Batch too. Of course, that is early days of the Empire. Like weeks after Order 66.
So
early
he
days of
hasn't
the
gotten
Empire.
crazy, so I might like him a little less. I would
He-
like him more if he
he's-
was a little more intense.
He's starting to go crazy.
I like intense Saw.
He's not. Borgullet will know the truth. Borgullet,
I want.
feel your mind.
I just want a series of Saw, stuffing people into Borgullet with, Boba Fett being a crime lord. That's what I want to watch.
Book of Boba Fett, but Saw's
Exactly.
still alive.
I want Book of Boba Fett, but Saw's hanging around stuffing people into a tentacle monster.
And you've already mentioned that it's, or no, Bill mentioned that it's hentai, sheep hentai.
Okay. I think the rest of my questions, whatever. I'm going to give myself a star on the Bodhi question, because I think that was my only good question. That's like,
Who's Bodhi?
who is he?
Now here's what I'll say.
He's just sort of there.
Bodhi has some motives, in that he's an Imperial who wants to do the right thing, or rather,
Yeah, he just wanted to do the right thing, but I
Yeah.
don't know why.
right.
What happened? What caused this change of heart? I
All right,
suppose.
so my phone's now charged, so I've got a couple comments to catch up on. Okay.
Okay.
So, let's see. That metaphor fell apart pretty fast. I think he was talking about your metaphor for...
Yep.
Yep.
No, I don't even need more content. Yep. The metaphor fell apart real fast.
But Eric says he thinks he got the idea, regardless of how bad your metaphor was. Bill says, I think your metaphor needs work, Chrome.
Wow, this is a lot of hate on my metaphors.
Calic says...
Watch out before I turn you into a metaphor.
Imperials know each other, question mark, then like 6 exclamation marks.
They all know each other.
They all
It's
know
a
each
big
other.
club.
Why isn't Bodhi just a spy? That'd be way more effective than just defecting. Yeah, but I like the idea of him defecting.
I like the concept. Like we have
I just think we need
spies.
more-
We have other stuff. Like I think
we just need more information about him.
Him defecting is a good thing.
Mhm.
I think he would have been a great vehicle for Jin to talk about her father with.
Because he was an Imperial for so long, but he defected.
But he defected, and he is the only person that she's met who has had any interaction with her father. And I
Right.
think, he says, I was chosen because I was brave, and I would know to do the right thing, or
Yeah.
see what's in my heart. I think that conversation needed to be expanded upon, and
Right.
be like, her father, Galen really allowed me to see what was wrong with
Yeah,
the Empire.
right. I agree.
And I think that could have been if that scene alone had been added into the movie, I think I would have,
Or that line even.
yeah, I would have way less complaints about the movie. I would have been attached to all these characters a little bit more.
And Calig also just said the word Onderon with 11 exclamation points. Now, Onderon is the planet Saw Gerrera was born on.
Okay.
It is I think it's going to appear in the Bad Batch series because I think I saw it in the trailer. And it kind of looks like ancient Greece, but imagine Greece just a little more square.
Okay, Greece has already got a lot of squares going on.
Yeah, but imagine the triangles replaced with trapezoids.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So Greece, but all the triangles are now trapezoids.
No,
And all the pillars are now square pillars.
Okay. That's kind of what I saw coming.
So that's Onderon. Onderon is probably my favorite planet in Star Wars, not gonna lie. But that's where Saw Gerrera is from.
All right.
Nice. It stayed plugged in. That's all that matters. Hold on, one more comment. Never realized those parallels between Saw and Vader. Jose, I know, right? Like, those were cool moments. So, like, one, the breathing is the same sound effect for the inhale.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got the more machine than man. And then we have the man who lost himself to evil on either side, rebellion and empire, for love and the loss of love, because Saw lost his sister, and that turned him to evil. And then Vader lost Padme, and that turned him to evil. But
Saw didn't have, a son to come in last second and be like,
right,
I love you, Dad!
right.
Kill the evil man for me!
Well, what was great about that arc with Luke was, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we all know this. Great.
Yeah. And then Bill just said lies.
Lies! Deception!
Saw Gerrera is the Star Wars Aldo Rain. Do you get that reference?
Yeah, you watched, the Quentin Tortellini movie.
Oh, Inglourious Bastards?
Yeah, he's
Who's
Aldo
Aldo
Rain
Rain?
is he's the leader of the Bastards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's that guy.
See, I was thinking of Saw feels more like the Bear Jew.
No, Aldo Rain is
Aldo Rain is
I want them Nazi scalps.
and Aldo Rain. Betrayal. And then Chrome. The idea of a Saw Gerrera show with the Boar Gullet sounds like a hentai waiting to happen. You're fueling the crazy ones.
You gotta give the community stuff they like every once in a while. I'm not saying that
We gave them Forces of Destiny.
I don't
Might as
think,
well give them Saw Gerrera and the Boar Gullet.
I don't think that Boar Gullet needs to have sexual scenes. I'm just saying that Boar Gullet will be
goodness
there
we're not
for a
monetized.
vehicle for people who draw Rule 34 stuff. Artists need to make a living, much like our good friend Lorestar makes a living on the beautiful stories.
I do. You referring to that bad comment I got earlier that I was showing you about?
I guess. It's more of a general sense.
Okay.
Everyone's got to make their living somehow.
I do. Mine is mostly from YouTube,
Can
but
I
partially from Kyberlight.
can I make some comments and stuff
Please.
I did like?
I would love to hear the things you did like.
Here's some things I wrote down. Or actually, one last thing that I wasn't a big fan of
Okay.
was Yavin 4. I felt like there was a little too much stuff that happened there, and I feel like we didn't need as much. I'm fine with like.
I'm going to disagree because Yavin always felt like an unnecessary location in the original trilogy. This movie showed a little bit about why Yavin was important, what was going on there beyond, oh no, the Death Star's going to blow us up. This is the Rebel hidden base.
I think the first time we go to Yavin, I feel like it's totally unnecessary. The second time we go to Yavin, I'm more or less cool with it.
I think that there could be a way.
You could ride around it fairly easily.
There
in
could
the
be a
first
way
time.
to remove Yavin from the first time they go there.
The
Have
second
her
time
get
is
the briefing
okay.
in the Ewing from a hologram or whatever, and then have Yavin be this big impactful thing in the late second act, early third act of the movie. Totally down for that. I don't think it's necessary, but I think it would have improved it.
So things I did like. Baze and Trute are characters. You know, they didn't have a ton, but I liked them. They had things. They had personality on the screen,
They did.
and I liked that personality that they imbued every time. It was a lot more than our good friend Bodhi. I'm sorry, Bodhi. You could have been a great character.
And he was a great actor too.
He was a good actor.
And it was just like he didn't get enough screen time.
Didn't get enough screen time.
Didn't get enough individual screen time, especially.
Yeah. So, you know, Baze and True, totally fine. I'm happy with them.
Wonderful.
I'm glad that Galen is, you know, every time we see him, he's a real cool guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's never once a scumbag. He's
Mhm.
always a loving dad. Glad to know that he's a loving dad.
3 times.
4 times. Every time we see him, all he has to say is that he loves his daughter.
I love that.
You know, that's
I want
real
a
sweet.
daughter.
I like that. Fourth thing, this might even be like into like the really good stuff that I like. Like I have a middling list, and I have the stuff I really like, and now we're starting to lean into the stuff I really like. Saw and his Rebels have a ton of flavor.
Oh yeah.
Is it
Completely different from the Rebel Alliance we see in the original trilogy.
I
And they're
don't know.
consistent.
I don't know if it was necessary for the film, but I love it.
Yeah.
I like it, and there's that. Krennic. I like Krennic as a villain. I think having an Imperial administrator, this guy who's not part of the military, but is part of, like, the leadership.
The
is
War Machine.
Not even really part of the war. Like,
He
he's
is.
kind of part of the war machine. He is not like a Tarkin
No.
or anyone else that we see throughout Star Wars. He is part of, you know, building things.
Yeah.
You know, and he's the industrial aspect of the Empire.
Yeah.
And I love that, like, sort of window that we get in how he's trying to climb the ladder of the Empire,
Right.
but he's not in the club, you know,
Yeah.
to say. And
And the Australian accent really adds to that.
I like it. I like it.
Because it's like almost British or Imperial. In Star Wars, that's called the Imperial accent. Or in the Republic area, it's called the Core World accent. Core World. So, you know, he's not quite Core World,
Uh-huh.
but you know, Australian is like British plus a couple of years of slang, or a couple, you know, decades, centuries of slang, and like it adds so much to his his on-screen unspoken persona. And that's one thing I really love about Rogue One is how much is unspoken and subtext. And I think that is part of what detracts from like a first, second, third, even fifth viewing, is that without the ability to read that subtext, there's a lot you miss with Rogue One. Let's not just say the ability. Let's say...
I'm not saying I miss the subtext. I'm saying, like, I see the subtext and I don't think it's enough.
Okay. Knowing you, who told me that Mad Max was one of the best films... Mad Max Fury Road was one of the best films you've ever seen. And I was like, this is an action movie about cars.
They
And then
just drive cars in the desert.
Right, and then you showed it to me, and you talked me through the movie.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, man. This is intense, like, from a narrative standpoint. Because I'm not a big action movie for action movie's sake. If there's not subtext, if there's not, like, a deeper narrative to dissect and really pick at, I lose interest. It's one real reason I really love the first Thor movie.
That's pretty good.
Because it's a lot of the movie is not really action. It's just like, who is Thor?
Are you saying that when we watched Pacific Rim together, you liked that, like, hour, maybe hour and a half, where they're just hanging around in the base talking about how they feel?
Don't make me answer that.
And you didn't like the part where the giant robot fight the giant monster?
I loved the part where the giant robot fought the giant monster, but
You don't want to answer the question about how you felt about
I don't. I love that part.
I do love that.
I think that moments like that add validity to the action scenes. So like
That's exactly how I feel too.
right.
You know?
So like no, I know that. That's why we get along really well when we watch movies together. I think Rogue One is probably one of our biggest contention movies because for the most part we both like the same things. Because we like when the non-action moments add weight to the action moments. Because like there are action movies that have great action that I'm just like, yeah, but the moments that weren't action don't inform the action that's happening. And Pacific Rim was one of them.
Yeah, it did a great job.
It did a great job.
We
Pacific
got
Rim.
a ton of background on Mako, so that when she throws up a giant robot sword and screams, "For my family," you understand the impact that has, and it's not just a stupid thing that could have been happening in any movie.
Pacific Rim is super underrated. It's awesome. I love Pacific Rim, and I'm only mildly ashamed to admit that.
It's a great movie. There's no shame in that.
Let's see. Hold on. Nope. Chat has been pretty dead.
Okay.
So chat, this is your time to ask questions. I'm going to close out YouTube and make sure that, because sometimes my phone glitches out and doesn't show me what's happening.
So while we're waiting, last
Oh
middling...
wait, no, we did get some.
Okay.
So I did. Let's see. So Eric said, what was the name of the separatist guy that kind of think for Ahsoka? That was Lux Bonteri.
It's always great when you just answer a question real quick like that. Why can't the rest of you ask easy questions?
Daughter of Lena Lena Bonteri? I think it was Lena. I think that was his mom's name. Sorry, daughter, son. Ahsoka was not a lesbian, despite what the Ahsoka novel... The Ahsoka novel maintains that Ahsoka was not a lesbian, but definitely had lesbians who were all over her.
Jedi are unsexual beings.
No, watch my video on Can Jedi Have Sex. It's absolutely not true.
They can do it, but...
They can't feel anything. No emotions allowed.
I'm not going to finish my sentence and where I was going with mine. You're just not allowed to finish.
They're just no. So the Jedi's rules were...
I know. I know.
If you create a child, you're not allowed to raise it.
Okay.
You just have to leave the mom to do whatever.
That's... I don't know how I feel about that one, Jedi Council.
Yeah, no. It's all Atris's fault. That was Atris's doing. Atris, the bane of the Jedi Order. Freaking Atris.
Are we sure Atris isn't actually a Sith?
Play KOTOR 2, you'll find out.
Okay. I'll get to it. I actually will.
You like Obsidian.
No, we've gone through that. I will actually go through this.
You need to play KOTOR 2. Hey, chat, let me know. Would you like me to make Chrome play KOTOR 2 on stream? It is a several hour game.
I don't know if it would be a good stream game.
It wouldn't be for the first 20 hours.
That wouldn't be a good stream.
No, once you
terrible idea.
once you get off Nar Shaddaa, the game gets real good.
Would it take me 20 hours to get through a planet?
No.
Oh.
There's Paragus, Telos, and then Nar Shaddaa.
Alright.
Well, okay.
Like a lot.
To be fair, Paragus and Telos are on rails. After that, you can choose between 4 planets.
Yeah.
Nar Shaddaa is just a common first choice.
Alright.
So,
Last upper middling opinion.
upper middling opinion.
Jeddah, awesome location.
Oh gosh, Jeddah.
I think it was a really cool and interesting location.
Yeah.
I think
It was kind of a desert planet, but not the desert
Like,
planets we've seen
I
before.
feel like it is unfairly compared to Tatooine.
Oh, that's totally unfair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's closer to
Especially when it
Geonosis
first-
than Tatooine.
When it first came out, at
Mhm.
least.
That's
You know,
because it's like another desert planet on Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, because one of the things I wanted to do was, like, I went through reviews
Mm.
that people had of Rogue One,
Mm.
and I was actually a little bit surprised that, like, a lot of my complaints, I mean, some of my complaints were shared by them, but a lot of them felt more like, oh, you're just doing Star Warsy nostalgia stuff, and you're
Mm.
doing this. You got a checklist of things, and I
Mm.
was like, you know, that honestly wasn't my complaint. I mean, I will complain about the Mos Eisley guys.
Yeah.
But like them being on a desert planet, yeah, whatever, that's fine. There's plenty of deserts out there.
And the desert planet was distinctly different from, like,
And the way it was filmed on was fantastic.
yeah,
like,
and it was so like I remember I was watching an interview with Doug Chang, and he was one of the main concept artists for the prequel trilogy, along with Ian McCaig. But Doug Chang did a lot more than Ian. Ian was more of a character concept artist.
Mhm.
He did Darth Maul, but Doug Chang did like the Republic gunship. He did Geonosis and
Yeah.
whatever. And so like he was talking about doing Geonosis and like how do you do a desert planet that is very clearly not Tatooine?
Mhm.
Because George was like, I want a desert planet. It's like, well, okay, how do we do that that's not Tatooine? So we made it look orangey instead of yellowy.
Mhm.
And, you know, Jeddah, you could be told that that was like a isolated part of Tatooine. You'd have no way of telling that that wasn't true.
Mhm.
Jeddah was very distinctly different from Tatooine and Geonosis.
Mhm.
Jakku, throwing that out. Just not talking about that. But
We're not gonna worry about
I'm
that.
not gonna worry about that. But
It's got a crash Imperial Star Destroyer on it, I guess.
that couldn't have crashed on Tatooine.
Why would the Empire be there? They hate sand. Finish the quote.
It's rough and coarse and gets everywhere. Not like you. You're everything soft. And
Okay, we've gone too far. We've gone
smooth.
too far. I don't feel comfortable or safe anymore.
It's late.
George, I don't feel safe.
I don't feel so good. All right. Let's see. Jeddah was beautiful, says Bill. The Mandalorians should have. Oh, the Mandalorian War should have been your grave. The Malachor 5, where you should have died. That's a quote from Atris. Orange and Rocky instead of Tan and Sandy. That's referring to Geonosis, I'm assuming, Eric. And nobody expects the Imperial Inquisition. I'm haunted by the kiss, says Eric. Eric.
Good comments.
Man.
Good comments. A lot of them. I'm happy with all of these comments.
So, let's see. So that was the last of your middling comments. Did you have another category to move into?
My favorite stuff.
Favorite stuff. I love it.
K2SO is a great character.
Magnificent.
All of his dialogue is heavily filtered from his perspective. Not to say that other characters don't have, aren't speaking from their perspective.
Sure.
But, like, it is
Abundantly clear with K2.
abundantly clear that what he is saying is from his perspective, and if it has any plot relevance, it is smooth. You don't
Right.
you don't see through that veil.
I'll say that I never noticed that, but thoroughly agree.
Yeah. I think the others, like, they at times can feel like they are just vehicles of explaining what happens next in the story, and I'm not getting, like, full character, like, this is how the character would explain it, and it's just at times,
Sure.
and it's separate characters. And I think K2SO never falls into that category. He is 100% K2SO. He is always saying what K2SO would say. And if it happens to be plot relevant, it's purely because of good writing. And I love him for that. He gets an arc. He gets to hold a gun. He has his... he has the death that I want Saw to have. I want Saw to have, like, a heroic death, but he just sort of is like, I'm done, I'm tired. Which, actually, the more I think about it, I relate with you, Saw. I'm tired. I'm done, I'm tired. But, K2 went out like a champ. He was a real hero. I like it. I was a fan of it. That, I know you're not going to agree with it, but I think K2SO's death was more impactful than Galen's.
Ooh.
I know, you're going to disagree with me on that.
And here's the thing. I don't know if I can disagree objectively.
Mm-hmm.
I think I disagree simply because I'm a parent.
Yeah, okay.
And I've found that those parent-child moments,
Mm-hmm.
like, for example, Interstellar,
Mm-hmm.
the moment where he gets all the messages from his aging daughter.
Yeah.
Like, killed me. Just absolutely destroyed me, like, bawling.
All I needed was, like, a scene of
I know.
Galen doing something, not saying he loves his daughter, because he's a dad. I assume he loves his daughter. What kind of dad would he be if he didn't love his daughter? Didn't want to protect her? Like, I assume this. It would be more shocking if he didn't.
I've only missed 2 matches this whole time.
This whole time.
It's pretty impressive.
There's a lot of matches over there.
Those weren't from tonight.
I don't know. I don't remember seeing all those matches over there, but I could have. Yeah.
There's 4. Or 5.
Of
6.
course, Scarif was phenomenal.
Yes.
I was talking about this last stream or some geography. It does a great job of establishing where things are.
Yeah. With, Helm's Deep being
Exactly.
the prime example.
Yeah.
Was that even on stream, or were we just talking about that?
Oh, we were talking
Privately.
about it. I think.
No,
maybe-
it was after
yeah,
Seven Samurai.
Yeah, I had mentioned that I appreciated the geography that it gave us.
Okay.
But no, I think this is another battle scene that like does a great
Oh yeah.
job of establishing where things are and
Yeah.
how they relate to each other.
Right. You
And
know
we're
where
never-
everyone is.
We're not confused, and even if like I don't know where the platform is in relation to like this next scene where they're fighting on the beaches, I have a general sense and I understand what's happening. So, I think Scarif, phenomenal.
Scarif was good.
You know, like I said, as soon as like we got into the last third of the movie, I was
The
like, I
third
have
act.
zero complaints at this point. The movie is flawless.
I agree.
Sassy Vader.
With the dad jokes.
Don't choke on your aspirations. You know, I know I told you earlier that I was like, I would be fine if that scene was cut out. And I still am. I think it could have been cut out to put something that I do want in there more.
Uh-huh.
But I do love it.
It's so
I
good.
do love it.
Eric's Brute and Chirrut and Baze, are his favorites, and he loves the new trooper design. Now, are you referring to the Dark Trooper or the Shore Trooper? I mean, I like both. So
I'm not a big fan of the Shore Trooper. I don't
I
dislike them, but I don't like them.
I don't like the color design, but like,
I do like the color. I'm not a big fan of the helmet.
oh, I like it in the white when we see them in Jeddah. Multi-session of Empire at War, perhaps someday. I did buy you Empire at War.
Yeah, we did. I played a little bit of Empire War. It's good.
You're
It's
big
good.
on what's that game we play together?
Total War.
Total War. Yeah, which is for ground battles objectively better.
I do like Empire War. I think
So Calig, or sorry,
caught me at the wrong time.
oh yeah, oh
Oh,
goodness,
don't do that.
yeah. I'm concentrating.
Calig says,
Did Duke? This was a while ago. I just
okay,
saw
a
it
while
now.
ago.
Did Dooku's first Padawan do the deed? Second question: was Dooku's first Padawan the effect of the Jedi doing the deed?
Oh, this is in reference to
Mm-hmm.
us. Okay, that
So,
conversation.
I don't think that was clear. Dooku's rival as a Padawan was an effect of that. Because
Was his name Dirty Dan? I'm sorry,
his
Kat.
name was oh goodness, I knew this.
Well, you heard it here first. It's Dirty Dan.
K2 is heroic. It always is a heroic HK-47. I'll take that, Bill. Or Jojo Rabbit. I don't know if that's a reference to Bill. Hold on. Statement HK-47 is better meatbag. The AT-ACT pilots are short or are white shore trooper. They look awesome. We also see white shore troopers in Jeddah piloting the tanks. So
That thing.
these tanks.
That thing where they have the little tubes of Kyber crystals.
Kyber crystals. They're in these containers, by the way. That's what the Kyber
alright.
crystals are. So that's why they're not in the tanks. They're in these containers the tanks have on the back of
I
them.
thought it was just like tubes on like the side that they like chunk pull out like
No,
a
it did
Titan
look like
core.
that. It did look like that. And that might be the case. Lego has a tendency to fix Star Wars inconsistencies. They do have those. They do have those orange things in the back anyway. Let's see. I I have one of their helmets on my wall. That's awesome, Eric. It was a reference to your comment, parent-child scenes in the movies, like Interstellar. Oh,
like Jojo Rabbit.
yeah, like Jojo Rabbit. Yes, that's why the Jojo Rabbit scene got me so bad.
Jojo Rabbit scene got me so bad.
Right. Well,
You
I think
know?
the Jojo Rabbit scene got everyone.
You know,
Did you
that's
see?
a well-established.
Did you see me though?
Established child. Yeah, you showed it to me.
Oh, I
Like,
did
it
show it
is-
to you.
It
me,
is
me
a
bawling.
like that is a well-established parent-child relationship.
Yeah.
And I want a more established parent-child relationship with. I'm not saying I
Yeah.
need it to be like 2 hours of them hanging out together.
I know.
You see what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
not saying
No,
like,
when it's put in the context of a non-Star Wars movie,
Mhm.
I start to see how much better it could have been done.
Yeah.
I think for me, I judge Rogue One as a Star Wars movie,
Mhm.
which tend to be. You have to judge them on a different metric.
They're fun sci-fi adventures.
Right.
You know, I judge Pacific Rim on a different metric. I judge, RoboCop on a different metric.
I know.
You know, these are movies that are just
will
out
say,
there
though,
to have fun. And
You gotta play KOTOR 2.
I'll play KOTOR too.
Kreia,
Great.
who I've talked to about at length,
Okay.
more or less opens, not quite opens, but very early in your conversations with her, with a penis joke.
And shoots it right off of a pervert who's got a woman at knife point.
Not quite. So
Did I ever show you that clip?
no, but we'll talk about that later.
I'll show you that clip sometime.
So you're like,
It's like 10 minutes long, guys. He's gonna be horrified. Maybe that should be like, watch Lorestar react to the fan remake scene of RoboCop.
oh no.
Do you guys want to see that? The people who know that scene know what I'm talking about. They want to see him react to it.
So on a more appropriate rendition of that adult topic,
Okay.
you're like, hey Kreia, you're my Jedi mentor at this point.
Okay, yeah.
I want to build a lightsaber.
I want to build a laser. Who doesn't want to build a laser sword?
And she's like,
Laser
why would
swords
you
are
want
cool.
such a thing?
Laser swords are cool. I can go swish, swish, stab.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the dialogue options.
All right.
But almost no matter what you say, she goes, the lightsaber. It has significant importance to the Jedi, though in an inordinate amount among the males, though we will leave the reasoning to philosophers.
Oh,
Kreia!
Compensation. I'm sorry.
Kreia is...
Compensation. Oh no! What have I done?
Oh, it's not screwed in. That's fine.
Oh.
That's just resting on there. This isn't screwed in.
How many lightsabers do you see in this room?
Several.
How would Kreia feel about that? What does this say about Grievous? What does this say about Grievous?
Oh, next year's April Fool's joke. What Kreia would say about Grievous.
This is how we know we've had a
This is-
few too many
And we've
ginger
started
ales.
streaming into the early morning. By the way, happy Easter to almost everyone. Not quite. We got 4 minutes.
Oh no. I'm
Um,
in trouble.
so, yeah, no, Kreia makes a very obvious, male Jedi like lightsabers because I'm a Freudian. Kreia is a combination of Freud and Nietzsche.
All
like
right.
a lot, like she feels like she's written based off of the writings of Nietzsche.
Huh.
It's really interesting.
All right. I'm looking forward to it. I will get to it, but I am looking forward to it.
Good. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, I've been wanting to play KOTOR 2 for at least, let's see, came out in 2004. So, almost 20 years, because it was originally PC only, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I was an Xbox gamer.
Yep.
I couldn't get it. And I didn't have a PC till recently. I bought it right away, but I didn't play it right away. I played like the first 20 minutes and was like, this is dreadful. Because
It's an old game.
it's an old game. KOTOR 1 is equally dreadful, but with KOTOR 1, like, I know what I'm working towards.
Mhm.
So I know if I power through this section, I'll get to the good stuff at this timestamp. KOTOR 2, I didn't have that.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have anyone other than pretty much Dash to tell me, keep working at it, you'll get there. Because when I first started playing, I didn't have a lot of people in my, like, Bill and Calig weren't in my Discord yet.
Yeah.
Once they were talking to me like, no, you got to keep playing it, that's when I started playing it, like, consistently. And once I got a couple hours in, I was like, oh man, I got to keep doing this because this is starting to get really good. And I'm so thankful I did, because I really have a struggle. Do I like it or KOTOR 1 better? And
Oh, look at that.
yeah. People tend to fall squarely in one category.
Mm-hmm.
I really vacillate because KOTOR 2 has such a solid mid-game. Whereas KOTOR 1, really good narrative. Like,
And you got nostalgia for it.
it's
You know
I've got
that-
nostalgia for
You've
it.
got nostalgia for it, so like that really speaks volumes on how good
Oh yeah.
KOTOR 2's
Yeah.
like. As much as I say like like nostalgia, how much does it really weigh? But,
Oh, it
like,
weighs a lot.
But yeah, it really pays dividends for some aspects.
Yeah, because
And-
like KOTOR 2, I played it the first time when I was 28 years old,
yeah.
and it's a almost 20-year. It's a 17-year-old game, And-
So
and I still that one I missed.
I watched you miss that one.
Yeah. But like KOTOR 2, I played it at 28 years old for the first time, and I was like, this is killer. And like KOTOR 1 is a really solid through arc. You know,
Mhm.
like the story told through, start to finish, really solid.
Mhm.
But it's not as interesting in the middle sections.
Mhm.
Like, it doesn't continue to engage you. If you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
it continues to be an adventure. It's always a fun Star Wars adventure. But there are moments where the important things
Mhm.
aren't relevant or aren't part of the main story. Aren't part of what you're experiencing.
All right.
KOTOR 2, that is not the case. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, yeah, huge fan.
Let's see how chat's doing.
Yeah, and then we gotta wrap up because it is now midnight, which means it is 3 a.m. for Bill.
Uh-oh. Sorry, Bill.
He loves us. It's okay. So many things that Kreia would say about Grievous is what Bill said. For some reason, I heard compensation and the 11th Doctor came to mind. You know, I want to love Doctor Who.
Which one is the 11th Doctor?
I think he's the old dude.
Is he? Oh, I stopped watching at that point.
I think he was the dude with the awesome coat.
4th Doctor is the best Doctor.
It's okay. This is my old phone.
Anyone who knows anything about Doctor Who knows what I'm talking about. I used to watch Doctor Who before there was a new series. Before the reboot series, I guess.
Uh-huh.
And so I just watched like VHS copies of the 4th Doctor, who runs around with a big old scarf.
Okay, yeah. I know that one.
It's real good.
I've seen pictures of that one. Let's see here. And Eric says it's 2 a.m. for him.
Congratulations, 2 a.m.
Rather, the edit of his sonic screwdriver as a lightsaber hilt.
Oh,
Eric says, sorry, that was Jose. Eric says KOTOR 1's twist and ending blows two. Oh, KOTOR 1's twist and ending blows two out of the water. Well, yeah. So KOTOR 1 or KOTOR 2 kind of had a twist.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't. I don't think it really was a twist because you can discover it really early on.
Yeah, you're telling me about that.
Yeah. And on top of that, KOTOR 2 does have unexpected moments.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have like a Sixth Sense style twist the way KOTOR 1 does. Which I think is fine.
Yeah.
There's kind of a moment at the end where you're like, okay, but why? And the character you're talking to is like, oh, were you expecting some big revelation? Some secret that, you didn't know about yourself? There isn't one. And it's just great. Let's see. Bill says he loves them both equally, and he doesn't mind staying up for us. And that's very kind, Bill. We are going to be streaming tomorrow for my lightsaber build, because I'm going to be putting electronics in this. Hopefully I can get it done in one day.
Watch out, chat. I'll be in there with you guys harassing him.
He probably will. Look for Pythonic method.
Uh-oh. Don't tell him that.
Let's see. 11th Doctor is the bow tie one. 12th is the old man. Oh, right.
Bow tie's okay.
He was the one who was really popular when I was in high school.
Yes, okay. David Tennant's the good one.
Matt Smith just before the old one. Peter Capaldi.
Okay.
His screwdriver always looked more like a lightsaber hilt. To think of it. Bill says I stay played anyway, and then Calyx says, well, how else would you expect Kreia to have the hand? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna finish that thought because I don't want to ruin anything for Chrome. But yes, Calig. Oh my goodness, that theory. I love that theory. Oh my gosh.
Were there any comments on my RoboCop fan scene?
If they were, I missed them. So if you guys said anything about the RoboCop
fan scene,
repeat that comment.
And making our good friend Law watch the RoboCop fan scene right now.
Right now?
It's only like a couple minutes.
Didn't might as well.
It's not on YouTube.
Where is it?
Vimeo.
DM. Wait. Vimeo's free, right?
Yeah, Vimeo's free. Quick question. I will say this on the very quiet. You must.
Do you want me to mute this? Okay, chat.
Would you like?
So,
Would you like him to suffer?
It has been informed to me that this clip is very not safe for work.
However, if you have seen it, you know it's the best scene. It's the best fan scene of any film ever made. of all
goodness.
time.
Oh shit. They said they're down.
If anything was worth having a reaction of, I think this is it.
Great.
Because
I'm not looking forward to this even a little bit.
You're not gonna look forward to it. You're gonna watch it in complete horror, and you will be laughing.
Here's what I'm going to do for you, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to stand up. I'm going to clip my lightsaber onto my belt.
Okay.
I'm going to click on the URL bar.
All right.
I'm going to hit the restroom.
All right.
You can type whatever you want on this keyboard here. I'll be right back, chat. Sorry for what he's going to make me endure. He's going to make me watch some adult rendition of RoboCop.
All right. We're in for a treat, aren't we? Ah, yes. Scene 27. Perfecto. All right. It's all set up. What? Fill your mug. Perhaps I will spike his mug. All right. Let's see. Well, what has chat said? Oh, yeah. Yep, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I've turned this stream into Let's Torture Lord Star.
I am wearing my Inquisitor robes. I'm quite okay with... I feel like I can conquer anything at this point.
Okay.
Although I do need a lint roller. Crumb, what do you think on a scale of lame to opera villain? How are the Inquisitor robes?
It's pretty good.
Okay.
I like the Inquisitor robes. They're pretty good.
Okay. The cape was supposed to arrive yesterday, and they told me my address was incorrect. Please fix it. It was my address. So I'm like, please just to hold it at my nearest Walgreens. And they're like, okay, it'll be here in 3 days. So it has to get from my my FedEx place that is literally like 5 minutes driving distance.
I'm sure everyone who comes to your stream is deeply entrenched with desire to know about your mailing information.
No, they don't, but I'm going to bore them with it anyway.
They care.
All right, let's see, chat. What's up? React to the full budget, full length, low budget prequel reenactments. Completely safe for work. Will torture Big C. If so, why?
Oh.
Because it is the way of the dark side, Calig. You know these things. I haven't been looking forward to this. Willy Wonka's dad. Oh, that joke is 3 levels of meta.
Pretty good. I saw that one and I was like, I'm not gonna read this one. But it gave me a giggle.
Because I've been looking forward to this as Dooku, and Dooku plays Willy Wonka's dad. So I haven't been looking forward to this. It's better than bicuspids. Oh, okay.
Oh no, that doesn't work at all. I'll have
What
to...
about... No. Alright.
Alright.
You gotta go maneuver the mouse, because I've got to sit here and
You've
listen.
gotta sit there and listen. in horror. For everyone wondering, this is RoboCop Scene 27,
Here we go, starting
the fan remake.
now. Very loud.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
No,
I didn't
that's-
do anything to...
No, it's a loud video.
Is this dead on perfect, though?
Is this remade yet?
This is the remake.
Oh, the
this
whole
whole
thing.
thing. Whole thing. Not one part of this scene is original.
Oh, dang. This is totally...
You know, it takes place in the horrific part where RoboCop starts a crime of night during a montage. I hope everyone has a good view of Lore's face, because he's about to be horrified. Like, this is perfect. At this point, this could have been all original
Right.
until this. Yeah, that just sort of happens.
Why? Just so much why. Please don't watch this, anyone who's watching on the stream. This is just a bad idea. Oh no, don't show that. Ah.
Chrome is taking over the stream.
Oh,
Oh no! Okay, this might be the worst. Ah! Don't
Oh,
watch
I
that!
don't wanna see
look
that.
at that! Close your eyes!
I don't want to see that.
Close your eyes! Close your eyes! Okay, it's over.
R6 is not happy.
It's difficult to get in the car with that big suit.
Okay. That is super not safe for work. Oh, goodness.
I told you, it was that scene times 100.
You know, I thought you just meant, like... I didn't think it would become memey. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. We still have 5 people watching.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. That was the highest
What did Bill say?
praise I could have received.
My chat lagged out again. I gotta reopen it. What did Bill say?
You'll see.
Oh, no.
You'll see.
Okay. R6 gonna need a memory wipe? Is that what you're talking about? No? Dude, Chrome's maniacal laughter. I haven't seen anything from Bill. I've seen some stuff from Eric. Let's see. He says, I haven't been looking forward to this. No, I already read that. There's a video that replaced all of Dooku's lines with Willy Wonka's ones. Watch that instead. All that Bill said was R6 is going to need a memory wipe.
Oh, I looked on the chat up there.
Okay.
Bill called me a monster.
Oh, okay.
A true Sith Lord. A sadistic monster. True actions of a Sith.
Fair enough. I'm gonna. There you go. The Sith Lord of Chaos or something. I don't know.
See, this is reactionary worthy content. Gosh. That was a reaction we got out of you.
No.
That was a reaction and a half.
That wasn't anything I was prepared to react to.
No one's prepared for it. You know how I felt the first time I saw it? It was complete, it was about similar. It was very similar. I don't think anyone on their first viewing, sees it
Who
any
sees
other
that
way.
multiple times?
I see it multiple times. I think it's hilarious. It takes the exact humor of the original movie and it's like, what if we dial this up to 11? What if we take a joke too far?
Yeah, but
And what if the
There's,
joke goes too far and keeps going?
there's so many of them, and they're just
Yeah.
running in.
Personally, I'm a big fan of how angry RoboCop looks while he's shooting. He's like, "Argh!"
No,
And
that
he's
was
got
good.
2 pistols and he's just spinning, shooting them.
That was good. That was good. It was the silliness of the infiltrators.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
Oh, gosh.
No one is ready for that.
No one's ready for that. Even with you doing your best to prep me for that.
I did my best. I gave a warning. I don't think any warning could have been enough.
No warning.
I did
is
tell
enough.
you literally it was that scene times 100, and you thought, oh, that's hyperbole.
Really,
But it was
that scene times 20.
It was literally that scene times 100. There were a literal 100.
There were at least 20 individuals, offenders.
At least.
Oh, I like my reaction video I uploaded yesterday better.
The Sith Lord of going way too far.
Sith Lord of going way too far. This is why Garth doesn't trust people.
I think this is probably what Sidious would be like if he had his crazy Yoda stage. Mine! Look at this video of RoboCop! He shoots 1,000,000 genitals!
Oh, that was awful. That's Eric that's in Sith Lord of going way too far.
That was Eric, but
Yeah.
Bill was the first one to say I was acting like
I don't want
a
to talk
Sith
about it,
Lord.
says Garth. I don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry, stream.
I think I downloaded the wrong RoboCop, says Bill.
It's definitely the wrong RoboCop, but maybe it was the right RoboCop.
Oh no. No, that was dreadful. Oh goodness. Okay.
Any last remarks on Rogue One?
Yep. So we're gonna start by talking about overall. Did you feel like I'm gonna start by saying I do feel like my criticisms for Rogue One increased a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
but overall I still see the film as probably my favorite Star Wars film. Maybe, I mean, it and Revenge of the Sith are my two favorites. Now, I've always acknowledged Empire Strikes Back is the best.
Heard it here first. Empire Strikes Back. It's the best.
It's the best. I'm talking about favorites. And Rogue One is still my favorite.
I think you added a lot for me
Okay.
that gave credit where perhaps credit was due. I think that acting
Yeah.
had a huge part
In the success.
in the success.
And I will acknowledge that, like, Revenge of the Sith, not great acting.
For Rogue One, I think the actors gave it their all,
And
they really gave depth.
it wouldn't have worked without it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll acknowledge that. The writing was good, but it depended on the actors to carry the story. Yes.
And I think I stand by that, like, it needed more. You can't be subtle with these things and be a great movie. You can be subtle, but, like, hit you over the top of the head like a 2001 Space Odyssey type movie where it's like, there is something going on and I don't know what it is, but as soon as I know what it is, I'm sure it's great kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's not that. It's the character's emotions are a little better reflected than what they just say.
Yes.
And
a lot of it is subtext, and one of the things I said to you earlier, but I'll say to stream, Rogue One relies a lot on what the things that go unsaid. Like the Jin flashback. These are things she's thinking.
no, you gave credence to the Jin flashback.
Yeah.
And that was easily one of my least favorite scenes before, where I was like, this doesn't need to be here. This is reinforcing a point that I already understand.
You already knew.
Yeah, that I already know. And so, upon your evaluation, it helped me see that, like, oh, there is more merit to it than what I originally, not just what I originally saw, but, was reinforced on later viewings. It's like, oh, okay, I get it now. And I understand what that is. And it's like, is that enough for me? I don't think so.
That's fair.
But credit where credit's due.
Right. And I'll stand by that, or I'll accept that. Chat, this is the first time that we've had a viewing that has had a really drastic disparity between opinions on, and I don't even say drastic because you don't hate Rogue One.
Yeah, at worst it irks me. Like, I think Rogue One could be the perfect movie or something. It could,
Or at least Star Wars movie.
it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the greats. And I don't think it does because it's lacking a couple things that I think it's capable of. I think everything that I am suggesting of the movie, all of my complaints of it, aren't things like, oh, I watched Transformers, Rise of the Dark Side of the Moon, and, there's 1.5 million problems with it. It's not like I'm suggesting I don't think there is the talent behind that movie to make it a good movie.
Right.
I think all of the elements, all of the right ideas, I think there are the creative people and good writers who worked on this movie, who could have made this perfect and didn't get to. Maybe they didn't see it. Maybe they were focused on other things. I don't know. But they were real close, and that's what bothers me about this movie.
And I see that. I see the validity in that argument. For me, it still gets me. And, you know, conversations like this can help me see the flaws in things I like. They don't make me like them less.
No.
But they help me see the imperfections. And, like, I've always, not always, but in my adult life, I've always said, I love Revenge of the Sith. I know it's, like, from a cinematic standpoint, not magnificent. You know, it has a ton of flaws that really make it cinematically subpar. But there is nothing anyone can say or point out that will make me like it less.
Yeah.
And you know, my brother-in-law is a great inspiration for me because he just likes things. He has so little hang-ups about trying to only like things that are good or whatever. Because he genuinely likes Thor: Dark World.
What a brave
man.
What a brave
And
man.
he'll acknowledge, like, Thor: Dark World is a bad movie. But I just like it. And I just like watching it. And I'm like, you know what? That's an inspiration to me. I want to just like things. I want to be able to say, hey, this is not good. But I just like it. And for me, like, that's Revenge of the Sith 100%. Like,
Yeah.
I'll acknowledge, hey, not good. But I just love watching it. It's just so much fun for me. And there are moments that hit me emotionally.
Want me to be honest? I like Revenge of the Sith until Anakin and Obi-Wan have their duel. I don't like their duel.
I don't hate their duel. I think
I like the movie up until that point. That's the wildest thing.
I'll say the best parts of the movie are from when they get back from Coruscant. And I love...
No, I like the Battle of Coruscant.
I love the
stuff.
Battle of Coruscant, but I think that once they're on the Invisible Hand, which is the ship that they fight their way through,
Yeah, I'm fine with
the
that.
goofiness of the droids bothered me.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll look past that.
okay.
I'll look past
So,
that. But yeah, no, I get it.
The conversation between Obi-Wan and Anakin and Padme
Mm-hmm.
directly before the duel
Okay, no,
is
that's
probably my favorite part of the movie.
yeah.
Like, for
Once the duel begins is
once
where
the duel begins, I'll say that it's fun for an action sequence. It's fun for me.
yeah, yeah.
I have fun watching it.
There's no metric
But I'll
of
say
fun.
that once the duel ends, like, high ground over, he slices his arms off, then the movie gets good for me again. Like, really thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah.
So I'll say, I won't say up until that point, but I'll say you take out the duel, not take out, but like,
I wouldn't
if
take
you
out
were
the duel, but
if you were to exclude the duel, then I would be more inclined to agree with your original statement.
yeah.
Because the moment of, you know, you were my brother, all that stuff, that there is a lot of emotion that Ewan McGregor communicates in that final monologue. And even Hayden, that's some of his best acting in the movie trilogy. Is
We're getting
just
more Hayden, right?
we are. He's gonna be in Kenobi. I am super stoked. He has been saying for 5-6 years, I would love to show what I can do with Anakin now. And
Hayden.
he also may or may not have said, I would love to show what I can do with Anakin without George Lucas directing me.
Oh! Were you at George hiding on that ranch years?
No, the ranch was part of the Lucasfilm sale.
doesn't even have his ranch anymore.
No, Luke, the Skywalker Ranch is owned by Disney now.
That's okay. Now I'm a little sad for George. I want him to have the ranch.
He didn't want it.
George doesn't know what he wants.
George does not know what he wants. He really doesn't. He's like, I want to make more Star Wars. It's like, I really don't want to make more Star Wars. And Disney's like, we want to make more Star Wars. And they're like, I want $7 billion. And then he sold it to them. He's like, now I want to make more Star Wars. But it's like, George, would you have made a theme park dedicated to Star Wars? Because that's what Disney did with your franchise. Dude, Galaxy's Edge is one of the most magical experiences of my life. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. I'm going to go again. I'm going to go to the one in Florida in June. I'll be recording lots of stuff for the channel. But Galaxy's Edge is just...
Is it even bigger and badder there?
What bigger and badder than what?
Like their Galaxy's Edge? Does it...
Oh, no. It's exactly the same as the one in California.
Oh, okay. That's impressive
It'll-
that they managed to get the same thing in California.
Yeah. They built the one in California first.
Just that in the sense that they have more land to work with
Oh,
in
yeah.
Florida.
Yeah.
So, like, they could make it, like, bigger and wilder
They
and
could.
more out of...
They're exactly the same. And that's partially because Batuu is a canon location in Star Wars.
It's got to be exactly the same everywhere. Different parts of the planet doesn't matter. It's the same Batuu.
Well, it's the same part of Batuu in both parts of our
But
planet.
one is in Florida. It should be a different part of Batuu. They
That
should
would
have
be kinda
thought-
cool.
That would have been really cool. They should have... Who's
That would've been
working
cool.
it? Which Imagineer said, we're going to make the same Batuu twice? Fire that... No, don't fire that guy. That guy's probably real smart and way better than me. But... Hey, if you want another Imagineer...
Here's the thing, though. When I went to Galaxy's Edge in California, Rise of the Resistance wasn't open yet.
Was that when, Rey and Kylo were marching down the streets or something?
They were.
Okay.
But,
Did they have the lightsaber duel with the children?
probably, I didn't see that.
You don't hang around till Darth Vader starts fighting kids?
That's not Galaxy's Edge.
Okay.
Darth
but-
Vader's not that era. But,
Yeah, that's more like the Buzz Lightyear.
yeah,
Place.
that's in Tomorrowland. But Galaxy's Edge is great. Like, they only had the Millennium Falcon ride open. But I was like, the ride was fun. I went on it twice. It was fun.
Everyone's been... Wait, is it the same Millennium Falcon ride?
In both parks? Or what?
I'm talking like time-wise.
What? I don't know
never
what you're
mind.
asking.
Never mind.
So, I went on the Millennium Falcon ride in Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland, California. It was great fun. But for me, the really fun part was just walking around for lack of a better word, like a town that was built in like Star Wars style. That was the fun part. Like they had the restaurants and stuff like that. I didn't get to go in the cantina because that was reservation only and I didn't have a reservation. At the time I wasn't doing YouTube. This was about 6 months before I started doing YouTube. So, but the point is, like, just walking around was, and I just want to do that all day. Like, I just want to walk around this place. Like, I just want to walk in the alleyways. I want to see the buildings. I want to be here. And, like, I know he's practically my cousin, just by growing up with him, but he was the one who got us in.
Yeah.
And he said that, he's brought people there and saw the Millennium Falcon and, like, cried. And I'm like, I wish I did. The Millennium Falcon has never had, like, an emotional thing with me.
You know, part of me understands that
Mm,
because, like, if I walked in and got to step into Slave 1, tears would be streaming. I'm sitting here and I'm just thinking about, like, if I got to step into Slave 1, tears would be streaming down my cheeks. My eyes are watering just thinking of the concept of, like, being to stand in the presence of, like, a full-scale replica of Slave 1. I would be overwhelmed.
and I think for me, I might have felt the same with like the Ebon Hawk or something. You know,
Yeah.
like that's probably my emotional ship in Star Wars.
Not
But
a real Boba fan over here.
yeah, I mean,
Anything he says about Book of Boba is because he wants views, not because he cares.
no, that's not true.
It's
I'll
not
say
true.
that's not true.
I'm just teasing him.
But I'll say this: I didn't care about Boba until Tamura Morrison started playing Boba.
Until I told you why Boba was cool.
Okay, you know what? I will admit that. So he told me why. When we first met, like maybe like our fourth day talking to each other.
Fourth day talking,
It was-
and
it
I was
was-
already like, "Hey, you think Star Wars is cool? You're wrong. Boba Fett is cool."
Well, because okay, so reference like I had heard about him from a fellow coworker. They're like, "Oh, you guys are gonna get along great."
I was legendary.
He was legendary to me. So we met. We were both so like hyped up to each other that we didn't even talk for like the first 2 hours.
Yeah, I thought he was a nerd.
I was. But like, you know, I was told, "Oh, he likes Star Wars, kind of." And I was like, "Oh, do you like Star Wars?" He was like, "I like Boba Fett." I'm like, you know, I've always been a Django fan. Never got the big hype about Boba, other than like he's got the cool armor, but never got the continued hype for Boba. Like after Django came out and actually did stuff, you know.
Yeah, Django has that awesome fight on.
He actually gets to
Camino,
fight.
like,
He
that's-
actually gets to talk.
He's just a regular. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Regular guy trying to make his way in the universe.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the galaxy. But you explained to me, you've quoted it in past streams, but for those who weren't here, I think Eric might not have been here during that time for certain, but we've definitely got at least 2 lurkers who aren't in the comments. What was it that you said to me?
Darth Vader is the most frightening guy in the galaxy. Throughout
And Empire doubles down.
Empire Strikes Back, he is terrifying. People are horrified to speak to him. He is choking people left and right. He is... I think by that point he had choked out 2 guys.
Yep.
You know, he is speaking down to everyone. And suddenly, you have Boba Fett on the stage, and Darth Vader speaks to him as an equal. And that moment, it fills your imagination with who could be an equal to Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And that's Boba Fett.
Right.
That's Boba Fett. He's an equal to, you know, number 2 in the Empire.
And yeah, because the Emperor,
Easily the most threatening man in the Empire.
Right.
Easily. You know, Sidious is he's
He's behind the scenes.
He's behind the scenes. He's leading it. But Darth Vader doesn't take anything from anyone, won't accept failure from anyone, and he says, "No disintegrations. You know, please." As you wish.
And in that moment,
You realize
that what he meant by "as you wish."
He really meant, I love you.
No, so like that explanation got me. Like I was like, oh, I get it. It doesn't change my opinion. And then
Yeah.
once Tamura came in to play Boba in Mando 2.
Phenomenal.
Oh gosh.
Lives up to it.
Oh, well,
Gives credence to it.
what's his name? The director for that episode, Spy Kids director.
Yeah.
Is it Montoya or
No.
No.
It's Quentin Tortellini, and I know his name. I love him to death. You love him to death.
I do too. I think it's
You haven't seen any of these movies, but Machete.
oh, that was the name of one of the characters in Spy Kids, which is funny.
Mm-hmm. He's canonically the same character.
Is he really?
Yeah. It's driving me.
Robert Rodriguez.
Robert Rodriguez. What a fool I am
Yeah.
for forgetting your name.
Yeah, no, I feel bad
momentarily.
too. So Robert
It's okay.
Rodriguez was like, I want Boba to live up to my imagination of him holding his action figure. That was his whole motivation. I want Boba to live up to that.
Hmm.
And so they got him on set, and they were like, "Oh, let's do this," and he's doing his Maori dances like offset, and they're like, "Can we incorporate that into his fight scenes? Like, can we incorporate the Maori stuff into it?" And I've been a huge fan of Maori culture since unknowingly since I was 8 years old.
Since Barnacle came onto the scene.
Bionicles! I got the Bionicles.
Oh, it's that guy! I love that guy!
The Borok. But like
The roly-poly guy!
The roly-poly.
Can I please? I need to do the thing.
so like, if you don't know, Bionicle is
love-
based on Maori culture. So I've been a huge fan of Maori culture since then. And then when I was 19 or 20, I found out that Bionicle was based on Maori culture. And that Jango Fett's actor, Tamura Morrison, was Maori. And so, like, it was just a win-win for me. And so then seeing Boba fight with, like, the Maori dances, it was the haka. The fire breath dance. Incorporated into his movements. It's like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen ever. Whereas, Jango was awesome, but he was very gunslinger. And I love the gunslinger vibe. I really, really do. But, what are you looking for?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. So, I love the gunslinger vibe. But seeing Boba as Tamura Morrison as Boba was like the gunslinger vibe plus the Maori brutality
Yeah.
was like, ooh. Oh, this is better than I could have possibly imagined. This is what everyone around me has been imagining. R6 knows what's up. Yeah, like, phenomenally done. Phenomenal. So, all that to say, I finally get what you've been trying to tell me for years.
Weird lore question. Do you know what the Maqueedle is?
Maqueedle?
Yeah.
No.
It's the Aztec stone sword, where
Okay.
it's a wooden club
Okay.
with obsidian chunks.
Oh, yes.
But you're familiar with what
Yes.
Is there a
I've seen
Star
El
Wars
Dorado.
version of it? in the Star Wars universe?
There is, it's used by some ancient Sith Lord,
Okay.
but yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what.
Just a random question that popped in my head because I was thinking of like the cool like weapon that like the club that had
The spikes in it.
yeah, the brutality of it, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, the McQueedle is like one of my favorite weapons of all time. Like it combines this like sense of brutality, but like there's also sort of this finesse to it because it's between a club and like a dueling sword.
Yeah. No, that was I'm trying to remember which ancient Sith Lord used it. It wasn't Nagasato. And it wasn't Tulak Horde. It was Calig might know. He's our Old Republic expert.
Okay.
But yes, those have existed in Star Wars. Not canon.
Not canon.
Not canon. Because canon has not delved into anything in the Old Republic era. And I do respect them for that. Now, a lot of people are saying, we want this, why aren't you giving this to us? And here's my personal... So, Ian McCaig, he's my only inside source in the Star Wars world. But he said, basically, they know it's important to fans. They also know that they're messing up a lot right now. And they want to not mess up enough times in a row that they can do something as important as the Old Republic and not make people angry. So
That's fair.
I respect that. I respect that a lot. We've got a little bit of chat. Let's see.
Show us your McQueedle love.
Tarzan, Wire, and lava surfing. Oh gosh.
That's in reference to the
Bionicle.
Anakin fight.
Oh, I assume that was in reference to
That was a
Bionicle.
long time ago.
Oh wait, that was 32.
I remember reading that.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I picked it up and it was in reference to.
Okay. I love the duel, and I will always love that duel.
Still
It's over the
Anakin
top
fight?
as hell, but I love it. That was still in reference to the duel between Obi-Wan and Anakin. I looked up the Florida Galaxy's Edge. It's in Orlando, and I'm in Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
If I knew Florida geography, I could tell you how far away that was, but I don't.
He has to drive south a few doesn't like Jacksonville is on the top of Florida and Orlando's in the middle.
And you're right, Calig. Galaxy's Edge lightsabers are super clunky and dreadful. I'm still going to get one just for the experience because I've seen the experience on YouTube and it is toppest of notches. The problem is the actual saber you get is middling at best, especially for $200. I wouldn't if it wasn't a tax write-off
Mamma
for me.
mia.
If it wasn't a tax write-off, I absolutely wouldn't. Seriously, for Kyber Light is around $200, and you actually get Smooth Swing out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Smooth Swing is a big deal for me. Like between Smooth Swing and
This
NeoPixel,
episode was brought to you by
Kyber
Light. And don't you forget the smooth swing.
and Manscaped.
You're still wearing that shirt? I thought you said you were gonna get changed.
I changed my pants.
You said you were gonna get changed, and here you are, still manscaped.
I'm wearing my good opera villain robes over it.
Chat, do I take his Manscaped razor? He keeps offering it to me as a threat.
It's a lawnmower.
It's. We're just here having a good time, guys. I hope you're having a good time.
All right, Bill says Boba and Maul treatment of... Wait, Boba got the Maul treatment of getting character development. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because Maul didn't have a lot of character development in Phantom Menace and became one of the most deep characters in Star Wars through the Clone Wars and even Rebels. And he also says Boba's the only guy to stand tall with Vader and gets respect from him, which he might have said before you said that. And Eric says, Robert Rodriguez, you dingus.
I am a dingus.
We both failed
I am a
that.
dingus. I can be excused because I've had a few too many,
Liquids.
Are we still saying ginger ales? Can I just admit what we've done?
Gosh. I always say, if you're of legal age, you may participate in the drinking game with us. If not, drink whatever you want.
I think I may have accidentally...
Shown something on screen.
I didn't show a label, but it was most certainly the bottle.
Tamora Morrison is a national treasure. Yes.
He's an international
treasure because he's a New Zealand, like that's where he's from, and he's very proud of that fact.
International treasure. Can we have
Mark Aragnos. I think Bill might be right with that one. Mark Aragnos might have been the one to hold the Obsidian
McQueedle.
Club. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't recall the Sith. Most ancient Sith I know use metal swords. Mark Aragnos has to hide his scepter, so no Bill. No. Okay, Bill was wrong. Calig corrected him. But didn't the staff had a sword hidden under there? You went back right after my chats. Sorry, Eric. Yeah, no. And Bill said that's right, Chrome, but that was easily 3 minutes ago, so I don't know what he was talking about.
I'm right about most things. Don't worry about it, Bill. I'll just accept that, like, you're telling me that I was right applies to everything over the past however many hours we've been doing the stream.
At least 3. Maybe 4.
The past 4 hours, I have been right, according to you, Bill. Thank you, Bill.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, in any case, I think our next thing we have to play an Armada game.
I would be so excited to come up here and play Armada. I would love that. Do a stream. We could do it even a little early. You know, we could start it, not late. Maybe?
With kids, it's really best to start at their bedtime, which is 7.
Okay.
So,
But we could start at 7 instead
we could start at 7.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. We don't have to wrap up whatever. Because normally, I'm not going to lie to you, chat. Normally, Chrome comes a little early. We play
early.
We play some sort of game in here. And if stream gets pushed back, it's because we have to clean up whatever was going on in here to make it presentable to stream.
Or we were just having a really good time without you. I'm sorry, stream.
That happened tonight. If we were doing the game as the stream, we could start right at 7 because we could just have everything set up and whatever.
Yeah, we could spend the time beforehand setting up the game. And
Right.
so it could be right into the action.
Yes. And hopefully, what I would love is for you to actually build your own list.
Ooh, that might be difficult.
It would be difficult. But here's the thing. I now own most cards.
You do own a lot of cards.
I own most of the cards. So you could go on the ArmadaFleetBuilder.com or whatever it is.
Oh, that's not where I would go. I'd start at. I'd be looking up YouTubers and asking I'd be going on to their Discords. I'd be signing
You'd
up.
want to use someone else's list?
I'd be signing up to their Patreons and be
Here's
like...
the thing, though. No one uses the Radis list I gave you.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a popular list.
Here's what I would be doing. I would be asking them questions, though. It's the same thing that I do with
Kill Team?
With Kill Team. It's not that I build other people's lists. It's that I go to them, I see what they are saying. Hey, this is that works. And I'm like, okay, how can we adapt this? No one runs the 2 Thunderhammer Grey Knights
That I do.
that you do.
Right. Well, you recommended it to
That
me.
I recommended to you. Because, like, there's a few more point efficiencies here and there. And I'm like,
But hammers.
but 2 hammers is cool. And it's really nice when you get into close combat and it's like, that guy's dead. No ifs,
No.
ands, or buts.
If
That
I can
guy's
get my hammer,
gone.
this is the cool thing about the list he built for me with Warhammer Kill Team. If I can get my hammer guys into close range combat, I am guaranteed a victory. Almost
Yeah,
every
almost
time.
assuredly. Yeah, and like my victories are solely determined on, can I kill one of them?
Before I get into close combat.
You know, if there's only one guy who gets guaranteed kills every single turn, I can live with that.
If there's two,
it might be over for me. I failed.
and yeah. Where did I
Or
put my
it's when
matches?
you make a mistake with your movement and you
And that-
decide to like spend the entire game like shuffling around your team, and I get to shoot you down the whole game.
And that's the problem I found with Armada is most of my all of my defeats, but all of mine have been defeats. Most of the defeats I've had have been because of initial ship placements.
Mhm.
Because with Armada, unlike let's say Kill Team,
Yeah.
ships can only move in like certain degree angles based on where they are at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You can't turn them in any direction you want. So if you place it here versus here, big difference. Big freaking difference. And I'm not really good at doing that for the placement phase. I'm not good at knowing, is this better or is this better? Like, I'm not good at that. Especially you play as the Rebellion, which has a lot of nimble ships.
I think I've got actually a pretty good knack for it. Like
You
I've been
always have a good knack for it.
I've been disappointed. Like you keep telling me they're nimble, and I'm like, I want them more nimble.
And I'm
This
playing
is not nimble enough.
And I'm playing a Star Destroyers, which are like, you're here, you can move here. That's your movement phase.
I'm constantly disappointed with him
And
telling
he's
me.
playing his Nebula and Beast, which are like, you're here, or not Nebula,
What's the one when
Corellian Corvettes, which are like, you're here, you can move here, like anywhere. You know, you can do this slithery stinking nonsense. It's magnificent. Now, I think my either my Raider or my Architans can move in a similar fashion, but it's not
That's why
enough.
people like the Architans.
Well, yeah.
If I was Empire, I would probably like having that too.
Yeah.
You know.
But I still really want to do a 3-Star Destroyer build against you, just because it looks.
Next time we
awesome.
play, let's do that.
So we'll do this. We'll do a stream, 2 games, one with my 3-Star Destroyer build.
I don't know if we can get 3 games in one.
2 games?
Two games?
Yeah.
2 games?
One with like a legit build with like my Star Destroyer, my 2 Architans, and my Raider, and my Interdictor.
I think it's a lot to get 2 games in.
You think
Those
so?
games are pretty.
They are long.
They are long games.
They are long games. I don't know, but I mean, like,
We'll see what happens.
this
We'll see
stream.
what happens.
We started this stream at 8. It's now 1 in the morning. So
I'm in trouble for that, by the way.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I can live with the trouble.
So, you know, in that amount of time, we could probably get 2 games in.
I'm certain we can get 2 games in
So
that time, but I think
you,
to minimize downtime and make the stream as entertaining for the viewers.
what do you guys think? Do you think we should do 2 games or 1? And would you like to watch us play Star Wars Armada, the tabletop game made by Fantasy Flight Games, which is now owned by some Atomic something?
I'll beat him with Rebellion again. Just watch me.
He will.
I'll do something.
He's smarter than me. He knows tabletop
don't-
games better than me.
I
Letter.
think I've been playing a lot of Go
Mm.
with my girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
and I think she stated that like I have an innate understanding of what good positioning is.
And that's
Where-
killer in Armada.
Where, like, I can pull off plays that she understands, like, oh, this is what you should do.
Right.
And I am doing things that are like, this is good positioning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, okay. And alternatively, when she wins the game, it's because I've called the game off like 20 minutes into the game. And when I win the game, she's like, oh, no, we've been playing for an hour and there's no way I can physically win this at this point. And I'm like,
He's an
I've got
attrition
you.
winner. He's definitely an attrition winner. Because when we played Kill Team, some of your best victories were me versus the Tau. Or not Tau. Not Necrons. What are the first ones you played against me with?
Tyranids.
Tyranids. And those are attrition winners because
Yeah, they don't.
they
win-
whittle me down.
They don't win quickly.
Let's see. Calig said he hasn't found any Sith swords fitting the description.
Of a McQueedle.
Mm-mm.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
I
so
think-
maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think there needs to be a Sith sword. I don't think there needs to be like a lightsaber McQueedle, but I think like in the world of Star Wars, now that we've seen like big ol' club, I think a McQueedle would be really cool in the Star Wars universe.
It would. It really would. So they did say that they definitely want to see us play Armada. They didn't say if they want to watch us do 2 games or 1. Now, keep in mind, a game is, 3 hours?
It can take a little bit of time.
It could take a bit of time.
And we'd have to figure out a way to like pull the camera down to like look at dice rolls and stuff. I think we'd have to do some. We'd have to figure some
Some
things
creative
out.
stuff. Yeah. No, and I mean, I can
We
work
could
that out.
we could spend the day doing that.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, I can work that out.
chat. Do you want it to happen next week on this very day? Or
Well,
in the ambiguous future?
It would either be, well, it would most likely be the week after next.
Or it could be next week.
It could be next week.
If you demand it, he has to do it.
He's not wrong.
He has no control. You control him, chat. You are the masters of the universe.
I
I need
have.
to work on my Sith laugh.
Let's see what Bill just said something. He said, "Oh, whichever works for you." That's a very
That's far too
kind.
kind, Bill. You need to think more like a Sith.
Bill technically chose Sith in my Discord.
See, you're much more of a Jedi than I am. So why you should play Rebellion and I should play.
I know. I just love the Empire.
The Empire is so cool.
I
This
know.
is the Empire. Like the whole
But I
feeling
do-
of Armada, like the way Empire plays, is so thematic and
Oh, I
well
know.
done.
And the problem is,
I don't want to take that away from you. Like I don't want to take it away from you. Every
love
time
the way I love the Rebellion is like if you don't take it in, trying to play into one gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
You have to lean into a gimmick. But if you really lean into that gimmick, you can make it like
it's ridiculous.
killer. Which is so thematic because like you can't just straight up Rebellion versus Empire and Rebellion win.
Mm-hmm.
But you can like find a gimmick in a card and see other cards also lean into that gimmick
Mm-hmm.
and build a whole list around it. Like the initial list I built for Chrome was based on Radis and the Profundity. So the Radis had an ability that he can bring in one ship at a distance 1 to him at like any given point or something like that. And so if he brings in when he's close to me, he can bring in the Profundity right next to me. And the Profundity can bring in a Hammerhead, and that Hammerhead can have like an ability that you can put a card on it that makes it so that like it can ram at double damage or something like that. What happened now?
There's some good.
Okay, so Eric said the only thing I control is making Big C.
Yeah, look at that, Eric! You made him giggle.
Oh gosh. Okay. After what you put Big Z through, he needs some.
that one got me pretty good too. Between those two comments.
Oh, no. And then Calig said, I'm reminded of the Hawaiian sword.
On the McQueedle talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Kudo talk. Yeah. Well, because Maori culture and Hawaiian culture come from the same parent
Sure.
culture.
Oceania.
Yeah. Hawaiian sword similar to using a wood with shark teeth, though it is legends and the lightsaber resistant due to Felucia's organisms being tied to the Force. I'm only in charge of the Kikath department. So, all that to say, either next Friday. Fridays are normally best. This week it wasn't, but either next Friday or the week after next, we'll do Armada, and I'll let Chrome beat me, decimate me.
You don't know that. I might goof it. I feel.
You feel the pressure?
Look, has there ever been... Every time we play Armada, I spend a majority of the time setting up each model carefully.
Yes.
And
And it pays off.
it pays off, but like there is a part of my brain that's like, what if this is all for naught? What if like what I'm doing doesn't matter? And there have definitely been points where I'm like, oh no. That hour of positioning did not pan out.
But still, like, you put way more thought into positioning than I do.
It's too much thought.
Because, like,
You'll
with Kill
get to-
Team, you can make it work if you do a suboptimal positioning at the beginning, because you can move the characters in any direction.
Yeah.
With Armada,
It's from the very beginning.
you have
to be
a, like,
thinking.
you have to move this way, and then, like, you have this one, and this one. Like,
You have set movement
you have
paths.
set movement motions to mimic, you know, the clunkiness of whatever vessel you're piloting. And so, and like, I know Ek has streamed, Fantasy Flight did a Star Wars RPG as well.
Okay.
And he streamed that through Tabletop Simulator.
Is that Star Wars? Part of my soul wants to say Rebellion,
Mm-hmm. That's it.
where they, you go through hallways and you have like your little rebel forces and they fight the Imperials.
When I watched his stream, it was mostly ship stuff.
Huh? I didn't know there was ship stuff. for it.
Yeah, so
Because I don't want to talk any smack on Star Wars Rebellion, but I've heard the player that plays the Imperials has to, like, judge how mean they're gonna be, otherwise the Imperials would always win.
oh really?
Like, it's sort of a Dungeons and Dragons DM sort of system where it's like, if you are playing Imperials, you kind of have to, like,
Give them gifts.
yeah, you have to give them ground, because otherwise you have all the tools. If you wanted to play optimally, you could just crush them every single time.
That makes sense.
Which part of me is really happy about, because that's the way it should be. That's the way. It's like Rebellion has to work for it.
All I'm
Imperials
saying
don't.
is it could be done on Tabletop Simulator too.
It could be done on Tabletop Simulator. Do we do a Tabletop Simulator?
I've got the models,
We do have the models.
and the models are half the fun for me. I like having them.
We're physical creatures.
I know. That's why I like Legos. I can own the Lego things that I want. I've got my TIE Interceptor now, although it is the first order version, so it's a little funky looking. You guys, at least two of you saw the stream of me building the Republic police gunship and the ATST from the Mandalorian.
What happened to the Normandy?
So the Normandy, when I thought I was moving,
Yeah.
I took off a lot of the panels, wrapped them in bubble wrap, and put them in that big box over there.
Okay.
But then our landlord
Yeah.
backed out, so because they didn't want a shed on their property, and I have to work.
Is that why?
Yeah.
They didn't want a shed.
Yeah. So, and like they only had a 2-bedroom house, and I'm like, I got kids and I got us, so I've got to work somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, yeah, we're fine with the shed on the property. I'm like, great. And they're like, we're like, how about here? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, how about here? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, tell me where you want the shed. Like, I guess nowhere's good for it. I'm like, okay, but I need one. Like, well, I guess we'll go with someone else.
Okay.
So we didn't move there. So we're not moving now. Well, we will move eventually, but
Yeah.
because we've outgrown this house. But my uncle is coming over on Thursday. He's gonna look at the shed. We're gonna make a parts list. We're gonna tear down my current office, build a new office. My office is a shed. This is a carport that we put walls on. That's where this happens. That's where I work.
That's why I'm always shivering and cold, like my poor sister Alexandra died in the winter. This is a cold,
So-
not inhospitable place.
So we'll be rebuilding this. We'll be here for another year or so. Then we'll move. Point is, though, my Lego Normandy had a lot of parts removed and wrapped in bubble wrap for transport. I'll probably end up putting them
Really?
back
You're
on.
gonna like redo the shed while you're living here?
That was what we were talking about, because
Huh.
it's, especially with the summer, like it gets really hot in here.
Mm-hmm. You gonna install some like air conditioning or something?
Yeah, and insulation. Because right now we've
Ooh.
just got plywood between here and the outside.
You got a blanket too.
We got blankets. I put some blankets here. If you go and look at, Calig is.
Ah, bug.
It's bugs. And also, there's no door. There's just a blanket that I've.
It's like living in a yurt.
It's worse than living in a yurt.
Yeah, yurts are pretty cozy. I've been
Yurts
in a
are
few.
pretty awesome, but I've literally used a screw gun, took some screws, and hung a big, thick like comforter over the open section. And that's how I keep the temperature, whatever. But it's not one.
It's
16.
now one. We should
call it.
We should call it.
Let's see. Well, Eric, your phone died for a bit, but you came just in time for us to say goodbye. So, because it's 1:16 for us, and that means it is 3:16 for you, and that means it is 4:16 for Bill.
For Bill.
And I've got to stream my lightsaber build
building.
tomorrow.
What time are you gonna do that?
I don't know.
You should let me know so I can harass you.
It'll be when I wake up, and then I'm going to spend some time with my girl. So probably, I'm going to guess 11.
11ish.
11 a.m.
Alright.
Pacific Standard Time, or Pacific Daylight Time.
PST.
or PDT.
I think it's PST.
It's BST most of the year, but it's also PDT some of the year.
It's PST.
Whatever. I'm gonna, and then my Scypher DS lightsaber. I'm talking with Star Wars IRL about doing that on his channel.
Oh,
Because
collab.
Because he's doing
What
his
is he up to?
well right now he's doing his series on how to build a lightsaber, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna be building 2 more if you want me to do one with you. Like we'll do a Discord call and whatever and stream it through that. Happy to do that. So he was potentially interested, and I'm like, I'm not gonna wait for my Revan. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. But Sipho, I can wait for that. So
Cool lightsaber.
it is a
I gotta
really
say.
cool lightsaber.
I don't even know about lightsabers except for Dooku and
Just the generic straight hilt. Maybe Maul's lightsaber.
Maul's lightsaber. Everyone knows Maul's. I was trying to throw out some like weird ones.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan's pretty cool.
Obi-Wan's pretty cool.
Obi-Wan's pretty cool.
Luke.
Mace Windu.
You know what Mace Windu's
It's
look like
pretty-
other than the fact that it's purple?
Yeah, I have a general sense of it. It's all right.
Okay.
It's all right.
It's all right.
It's all right. It's not the worst.
It doesn't look comfortable to hold.
Well, you know, Mace Windu has moved beyond such things as comfortable to hold. You think Mace Windu's comfortable to hold? Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know. I've never held Samuel L. Jackson in my arms, but maybe he would be comfortable to hold. Maybe his lightsaber would be comfortable to hold. I don't know. But anyhow, you know, I've seen it. I've seen a lightsaber or two.
That's good.
I don't know what I added to this comment. It's just sort of drifted off. It just
It's
sort of-
almost 1:20 in the morning,
so let's
we're
call
forgiven. But guys, thank you for watching. We've got 6 people watching right now, and that is incredibly.
it. That's far too many
Awesome.
at this time at night. Really,
matter-
you
even,
guys need
you know,
your sleep.
Even Calig, who's in Hawaii, it's got to be like what?
Calig
That's
is
10:20.
yeah.
That's not too bad.
Calig's in the in regular time now.
Yeah, this is the normal time to be awake. Bill, I don't know what you're doing up at 4:20 in the morning, but thank you for being here.
Hey, I know what you're doing at 4:20 in the morning.
Oh no. 4:19. It's 4:19.
Bill, I know what you're up for.
Guys, thank you for watching. This was the Rogue One commentary extravaganza.
I had a great time.
I had a
It
magnificent
was a
time.
wonderful time talking about Rogue One. I have a newfound appreciation that I don't think I entirely had before.
Good.
Um,
That's what I wanted.
yeah, you know, I don't think it greatly changed my opinion on the film, but I think that like you definitely showed me some things that I didn't see before, and
It's my job.
it's meaningful and important. And now I know there was a robot named Chopper in the movie. His name was Chopper, everybody.
And he's a cantankerous,
He's a big deal.
stubby astromech droid. He's about half the size of R2.
That's even better. I want to see. Can we pull up screenshots?
Of-
Never mind.
No,
not
I'll
right
show you
now.
later.
Yeah,
They all know what Chopper looks like.
they all know.
Thank you guys for watching. I'll get a video out to you soon, and we'll be streaming either this Friday or next Friday.
All right.
But in the meantime, it is now Easter for almost everyone except for Calig. So thank you all for watching, and as always, may the Lord be with you now and forever.
Keep it real.